Like I said, I think the last game we played just needs to bake a little bit more. Just like pre-early access things. With that said, we're going to be checking out Sintopia now. For those who played or watched, maybe it was 2-3 months ago, we did the playtest of Sintopia. So this is a tycoon-style game that's got sort of some mild factory automation things, but the premise is you run hell. So sinners go and they do what they're going to do, and so you're partly like influencing the sinners on the surface to actually sin. Then they die, then they come down there, then you go through the process of working them through their sins and all that kind of stuff. And it's got this weird, like, if you've ever played the game Black and White, where you play as like kind of the god over the cities and all that kind of stuff, influencing stuff, it's got one half of the game that's kind of that Black and White over like ruling the land, where the belief in you or whatever gives you power and yada yada. But then it's got like the tycoon factory automation kind of thing going on in hell down below. And so you're playing these two kind of side-by-side things at the same time, where you use one to kind of feed resources into the other to like give you the stuff to work on the first one. It's a pretty cool setup. I'm not going to go bother going through like the whole readout of settings on this one, because we did that the last time we did. There was connecting to Twitch. Right. That's right. We can go ahead and get rid of the exclamation mark join so people don't get confused by that, because that's not going on anymore. So unpin that message. Okay, we've got that connected there. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember. If they join in the main menu, they may be present at game start. If they join during the game... Oh, guess what? It is exclamation mark join. So let me go ahead and, yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and just so it doesn't get the confusing thing. So we're going to go ahead and choose to, I'm going to hit the stop the queue, because the queue isn't actually a thing right now. But I will sit there and go, type exclamation mark join to join. All right, let's see. Type exclamation mark join to... Oh, that's going to be annoying. Okay. I'll go and tell it to start the queue anyways. So the thing is, they're using the same command my bot uses. That's why it's causing some confusion. But I'll leave the queue up because I'd rather not sit there and be like, the queue is currently closed, spamming constantly. Type join to become a hummus or employee. Type join to potentially become. Alright, we'll do this. I'll pin that up at the top. And we'll leave that up there for the rest of the stream. Alright. Permanent health indicators, employee traits. I'm just checking real fast to make sure there isn't anything they've added that I'm like, oh yeah, we want to change that real fast. All looks good for the time being. Alright, so with that said, we're going to go ahead and start the... You don't need to start and stop it, Luxray. The queue is literally not doing anything. The queue we're having with Rualbot is doing nothing. The game has its own built-in commands, and that's the problem we're running into, is it's seeing, the bot is seeing the join command and responding to it. I don't want it to be closed because it will spam the queue is closed again and again and again. So we're letting the list just fill up on the bot and completely ignoring it. This has its own built-in thing. I'm not manually naming them. Okay. When you start the game, you'll get there. Right, but the bot has nothing to do with the game. The bot has nothing to do with the game. The game is maintaining its own thing. So just ignore the way the command normally works. We're not actually using it. Alright, so we're gonna start the campaign. I know it's a confusing thing, but it is just the nature of the beast. I should also probably pop in...
Congratulations! You were selected to be Hell Incorporated's new administrator. You and your team will have to knock the 7 deadly sins right out of the souls that come your way. Now, you're probably wondering, how does it work? What should I do? Don't you worry. No one really knows. That's the secret of a good administration. Et voila! The fabled Liber Administratum, the all-powerful book of administration magic. It's yours to wield now. But be careful how you use that puppy, You do not want to end like your predecessor. Well, what are we waiting for? Chop chop! Boot camp awaits.
Okay. So yeah. So for those who missed all that. Right, okay. So yeah, so now that the command's been posted by a thing, it's like you can do the exclamation mark join now. Yeah, so I apologize with the confusion with the exclamation mark join. That is a command we use normally in a game when it comes to naming characters. So we have our own version of that. And the game has its version, so they're fighting right now. So where it says like entered the queue, you're already in the queue, ignore all that. That's just my bot trying to be helpful, and in this particular case, it is a confusion thing, so I do apologize. I'm just not going to go through and disable all the bot stuff if I don't have to. So let's see, dear applicant, since your previous holder of the job got exiled from creation, you have applied the now vacant position of Hell's Administrator. After careful analysis of your mostly empty resume, we are happy to announce that your profile is selected to take the reins of Hell Inc., a Heaven Co. subsidiary. We assure you that being the only applicant among angels does not remove anything from your merits in earning that title. The chairman, creator of all that is, shall approach you promptly with your onboarding and training. Sincerely, Heaven Co. HR Department. Sign here.
Here we are, your first world to redeem for me. Well, it's not exactly a normal world. This one is magically warded against wanton stupidity. You didn't think I would give you the keys without teaching you the ropes first? Anyway, lesson 1.
Crap. It's on the priority line. Sorry, I've got to take that.
Now, well, I'm sure you will figure it out. In the name of me, it never stops! I swear I need vacations far, far away. Might file a complaint to HR about this. Why am I the only one that doesn't get to ever take a break?
Look at you, all alone, you poor thing. Call me Lily. You're appointed Chief of Staff and all-purpose advisor. Pleasure's all mine. Oh, don't be surprised. You'll be in very good company ruling over Hell as its new administrator. And yes, before you mention it, I am indeed a succubus. The very first to ever be. Don't worry yourself, however. I am very much tamed. Even if there is still some bite left in me. Oh, please, you need only ask. But enough fun talk. We have souls to punish.
Okay. I do very much enjoy the voice acting in this game a lot. The chairman being absent, Lily, the very first succubus, is taking care of your onboarding on this magically protected world, where almost nothing bad can happen. Not to you, anyway. Goal, meet the hummus. Second, visit the office. Third, learn the basics. We got to get a Purga dollars and have 5,500 Purga dollars and all that. What do you guys say here?
Ahem. May I have a word? You may have noticed that your boss, our boss, can be a tiny bit moody. Overwork does that to a person, even to cosmic entities. I don't think he's a bad apple per se, but it almost feels like he is permanently on the verge of collapse. Actually, that the entire creation is on the verge of collapse. True or not, the way to handle a guy like that is rather simple. Smile, make yourself small, don't ask questions, try to please. He's never around for long anyhow, so the storm passes. Once gone, you still have plenty of time to be all lordy, power-hungry, schemy, anything your heart desires.
Okay, so regardless, time for boot camp.
Allow me to teach you a few tricks before the chairman comes back, hmm? First, let's visit this realm's overworld. See for yourself. Meet your administered sentient chickpeas. Yes, you heard me right. They're called hummus. They aren't overly smart, and they have a tendency to sin a lot, but I suppose that's why we're here. To cleanse them in between their lives before it gets too bad. For example, if you were to judge these guys as needing a quick trip to hell, you could always nudge their fate the right way, right?
Okay. So hummus develop on their own depending on their individual life paths. Influencing their life and death happen through spellcasting. Got it. Use directional push. It's like, go ahead and just bring it right on up there.
What? What was that? I was being hypothetical. Anyway, no biggie. Dying isn't that much of a big deal for the hummus. That's kind of what they do anyway. As a matter of fact, if you like it that much, you might as well do it again. All right, now that the introductions are done, have a look around.
Okay. So, it wants us to select various things. We could select on the resurrection portal. When you resurrect a humma, because it's a hummus for the full name, a humma from hell, they end up as a brand new life, full of hopes, maybe a tiny bit of debauchery. Got it?
Oh, yes. This is the seeding temple. It flew all the way here from heaven to populate this world with hummus. Essentially, it's the building that binds everything together with our hellish operations, so if it gets destroyed, there's no recovering from that. We're done.
Okay. These are hummus seeds. This is where brand new hummus come into the world according to the birth rate every day at dawn. Okay, we got the sawmill.
If I haven't forgotten my hummus biology
Farm.
class, they have a wheat and fish-based diet. I wonder though, when sentient chickpeas eat wheat-based food, does it taste like meat for them?
Let's see. This is a farm. Hummus gather food here and drop it at the stockpile. This is a sawmill. Hummus gather materials and drop it at the stockpile in order to build and expand. They can also build mines to gather stone, but that's still materials in the end. Got it. So now you have the Reaper bus or clock.
And this is where their sweet soul goes when they die. They'll chill there for a while, until they get buried away to hell. All right, there's someone I want you to meet. He should arrive anytime now.
Your people are sentient,
Anytime.
sentient chickpeas? Yep.
Come on. Come on. Ugh. Neither of us have time for that. Did you know you can manipulate the flow of time according to your needs? Could you please give it a boost?
Okay. Hey, Sparks, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Saw you were playing, I believe it was Farm Sim 25 earlier. Hopefully I'm not wrong because that'd be
Finally.
embarrassing.
Meet Steve, the
1 second.
Reaper. He created a company for the delivery of souls. He works with us as a private contractor for Hell Inc. Note that his bus has a maximum capacity, so if souls do miss the bus, they'll have to try and get the next one.
Gotcha. Also playing some Kerbal. Nice. I hope you had some fun with Kerbal and all that stuff. But yeah, so go check out Sparks and our fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of simulation games and all that kind of good stuff. So your Farm Sim, SnowRunner, Roadcraft, doing some Kerbal today, like a whole range of them. But definitely someone who's worth checking out. Definitely a good time over there. But welcome in, Raiders. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including simulation. So, a lot of the times if you like the content over here, you'll probably like it over there, which means, of course, the inverse is also likely to be true. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good time with Kerbal Space Program. Did you do anything really fun or exciting in Kerbal? Like, what were you aiming to accomplish? And also, if you got a raid and run, don't let me keep you and all that stuff, but you always know you're welcome. For those popping in, we are playing a couple different games today. We started out the stream with Oceaneers, which kind of, like, it has the look of Don't Starve, but it's a little bit more oxygen not included, with a little less of the, chemistry and all that kind of stuff, and more like raft-like mechanics, which was relatively fun. It's coming out in a couple of days for early access, but it is early access, so it's kind of a little on the slow balance side issues. And now we're checking out Sintopia, which this is the release version that's going to be coming out in, I think, the 16th. We got an early preview that we were basically told no embargo, so I'm like, all right, no embargo, let's go. Which this is a weird tycoon game where it's like you have the overworld, where if you've ever seen the game Black and White, where you're kind of like the god hovering over the world doing like magic to influence things, and the more people believe in you, the more power you get, yada yada. There's that side of it, but then you go underneath to where you run hell, which is a little bit factory automation in how you move things around, a little bit tycoon. And it's a very weird game that's got a really, really fun sense of humor. Because you learned some new stuff from chat today. You did a flyby of the moon and some science. Nice. Yeah, no, I haven't, I did a lot of like Kerbal Space Program well before streaming. Like, I had landed on their equivalent of the of Pluto and all that before they had where you could land on the meteors and all that kind of stuff. But very much enjoyed Kerbal. That said, I've only like pop in once in a while. Usually I get to around the point of visiting like 1 or 2 other locations. That's usually about how much time I have. That's a sick idea for a game. It's really good, and it's a lot of polished. It was one of these games that they did a playtest and they're like, okay, we'll do early access later. And then the playtest went so well, and they're like, okay, no early access. We're just going to take a little extra time from when we were going to do early access, and we're just going to full release. So the full release, I believe, is on the 16th. For the record, not sponsored, but we had a lot of fun when we did the playtest, and we're just doing the first mission where it's just being like, here's the hummus, which are the people you take care of. They are sentient chickpeas, who sin and do debauchery, at which point, when they die, they show up in hell, and we've got to work them through their sins and all that stuff before they're reborn. And either you manage the sins and your population slowly grows and does well, or the sins begin to get out of control and things go badly. And we're just about to be introduced to basically Charon, Death, whatever you want to do, Reaper, who brings the people down below. But yeah, so it's a really fun thing. Alright, so we're waiting for the people to get on the bus. I thought there was a whole cinematic that happened when that guy showed up. I may have interrupted it from pausing it.
And another successful shipment. All right, I think it's time for you to check the office. Let's follow our souls in hell.
Okay.
Welcome to Hell Inc., Administrator. Your bureaucratic empire starts today. Here's the theory. We must reduce the sins of these naughty boys and girls. Then, once we're comfortable with the amount of sins they have left, we can just have the layout we built gently lead them to the Resurrection Gate so they can take a new shot at life. I'll let you tour your playground a little bit before we begin.
Okay, so check out the Resurrection Gate.
Remember this. Hummus and souls keep their sins through life and death. They might forget their previous life, but there is no reset on the taint their souls carry. That's precisely why our job is critical if you don't want the hummus to go insane with sins, or worse. Much worse. Don't even ask.
Right, so you see, like, basically they'll die.
If we do our job right, for every soul we resurrect with low enough sin, we will get awarded with precious heroes. Heaven's currency. You'll be able to spend these in R&D and further develop your powers, but I'll go back to that later. All
Yes.
right, time to build.
Yeah, we're very much in the tutorial part, so if we're getting a little heavy dialogue and stuff, that's quite the name. Oh, Glodomer Omphalomus. Yep. Yeah, so when you look at your characters, they all have, like, different sins. So, like, there's just a little bit of sloth, a little bit of wrath, a little bit of pride, envy. Like, this one's got a little bit of everything going on. And you'll end up, like, working them through their sins before you send them back. So there's kind of the idea that as long as they're below that 50 line, it's not a big problem. Once they get above that 50 line, you know, that 50 line, they're considered a deviant, which makes them far harder to handle. And then you can go even higher where they become a demon, where it's like actively a really big problem. But like, so it's almost got like a factory automation tycoon thing happening where they'll show up, you'll route the sinners to whatever the appropriate buildings are. You know, if they need more work, you send them back around, that kind of stuff. We're not going to get into any of that yet because we just started. This is like the tutorial mission. Why are they chickpeas? Why wouldn't they be chickpeas? Have you ever been around a chickpea? Clearly chickpeas are up to no good. So
This basic punishment building can transform sins into hard cash. Hergodollars. It's not very good at it, though.
souls will always move forward and cannot go against the flow, so be careful about the direction of your rows. Hummus split evenly at every intersection. Okay. I don't have a problem with hummus. It's just the joke. I'm being really bad at building. Okay. Okay.
Well done. And don't you worry, I'm blocking these souls for now.
Alright. Building needs employees to work in them. You can hire them from the management menu. You can drop them over the building to assign them. Got it. So you go to our recruitment. So if you do !join, you will actually be able to show up as one of our potential employees or employees. The real question is, how long have they been doing this? And why have we not noticed? It's just what it is. Alright, so we've got Canadian Hussy, who will cough dramatically to attract sympathy, is an athletic imp, so can go walk a bit faster than each other ones. We've got Adstellarium, who is a workaholic, so will work 10% more time and will blink frantically. We've got Sentient Cookie, who is agoraphobic, and will take less break time, apparently. Fuzzy on medical hygiene standards. So I'm going to go with the one that has a higher work time.
Delighted. I am totally ready for this.
And then probably movement speed. And it'll probably grab Sentient Cookie.
I think we'll want a Hell Pet show next. This building produces faith coins by trading souls. Faith coins are consumed to power your spells. You'll want a lot of these to have fun in the overworld.
Okay. So I have the Hell Pet Show. It's Not Easy Being Read. Kermimp the Flog, former titular Hell Pet. And let's build our roads attaching them. Okay. Each building requires a specific type of employee to operate. Sad imps for punishment, secretary imps for administration, and work imps for everything else. Okay, so we've got our work imps. So we've got Alyssa NZ, who is a workaholic, so will work extra time. Closet introvert. We have Crenshaw, who is agoraphobic, so will take less breaks. Never wears underwear, steals food from fridges. And we've got Scrap Code, who is a perfectionist, so will work faster, and hate letter collectors. Or hate letters collector. Oh, so you collect hate letters. Sure.
You just hired? Sure, can do.
Starts coughing. Alright, so check the idle souls.
Alright, I'm freeing the freaks.
Yep, so what'll happen is they'll walk up here and they'll split out evenly. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. And they'll go into the respective things. And you actually go in and see what they're doing. For their treatment and all that stuff.
I think we need more souls. Should we go get more? If you get my drift.
Sin brings punishment. Sin brings death. Okay.
Okay. When you're on the hunt, be creative with the environment. You might be surprised how a little fantasy can be rewarding. My personal favorite? Crushed by the udders of a cow. And don't you feel bad for them, okay? It's strictly professional. There's no wrong in having fun at work.
Okay, so they want me to kill a bunch of hummus. Okay, so I need to kill one more. There we go.
Oh, well done. You're a natural. It shows.
You are collecting hate letters. So letters for people who are mad. Hey, Dragon Rose, thank you for the 50 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Hummus gains sins in many different ways. For example, witnessing other hummus dying makes them more wrathful. If curious, select a hummus and click on their sinometer.
Well, dear administrator, we're all done with the basics now. Why don't you earn your keep? That's bound to please the chairman when he returns. Lily out.
Okay, you can build freely in hell for the time being. Use everything you've learned to complete the final objective. Alright, so we just need to go down to hell again. Alright, so wants me to have 4 of these. Basically wants me to have a bunch of these available. So we could do these where it's in parallel, or we can do these where they're in series. Series means one leads in the others, parallel means it's separate routes. I assume for what we're doing, we probably want these in parallel. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is grab all the wrong buttons, because I can't help but push all the wrong buttons. We'll grab you, grab the pet show. I don't have the money yet. But the plan is going to be to have those join up. And then what I'll ultimately do is I'll branch off here so that half of them go this way, half of them go this way. But I'm not going to bother putting another person on there yet. Okay. I'm trying to remember how our pay works. Oh, it was the perga dollars we get, I believe based on them going through here. Now, catch is you need enough sinners coming through that need treatment to keep your money up, but also, you know, be able to facilitate actually treating those sinners so that you don't escalate things. So there's a little bit of a balance that goes on with it. Okay, so let's check. So you'll need... So we'll need 2,000 to get those built. And then we'll need to hire people for it, and then we connect it up. Okay. And we've got our hummus leader on here, which is Marcel Foulneck. Oh, also, you can potentially have the hummus get named after you as well, depending on when you click join. I was seeing if we had any that showed up here, but not seeing any at the moment. So that's the clock time and all that stuff. Get the administrator magic. Okay, so it's just gonna take a minute to get things going here. I vaguely thought maybe they broke it up into a separate mission. I thought the first mission they would show like how the hummus repopulate and all that kind of stuff early on. Because the other thing you also want to be careful about killing too many hummus. That if you kill the hummus way too fast, I want to say that could be its own problem in itself. That you want them to be able to slowly build up their population and all that. So they can continue escalating the population. Versus if you just go on a murder spree, then... you end up short. Okay. Because it will also build and expand their town as needed as well. There we go. That should bring a couple more people in. Because I need them to get down here so we can actually get some cash. Because yeah, I wanna say the previous tutorial Like I was gonna say, I want to say the previous tutorial when they set this up, this same mission, they had like 3 or 4 other parts to it. That dealt with, like, okay, you know, how to get the hummus to increase your population, how to prevent them from increasing the population, all that stuff. Maybe it's on a second mission or something that I'm not remembering. Okay, so we got all that. That's enough for us to go in here. Okay, so let's get our demon employees. So this time we're gonna go ahead and grab illicit NZ. I can't afford you, never mind. I will not be doing that. We're gonna give them a moment to process the different people through. Gives me a bit more money. Let's see, Toolbox holds various options you can use to destroy, move, copy, and construct roads, as well as unlink roads. No problem. Alright, so let's get illicit NZ.
Easy peasy.
And we need... we'll get Canadian here. I'll have to wait for a little bit more money.
Oh dear. Yes, yes. Of course.
Alright. So we are waiting on having a bit more money to get one more of the whatever these are called again, sorted out. Apparently we got more coming into the cemetery here. Alright. Just gotta wait for a little bit more money and it'll be good to get the last building in here. I wonder if they changed it so you were expected to kill more of them to, like, learn that. Okay, and we're basically out of power right now. Trying to just help the queue along a little bit. All right. We'll get that knocked out real fast. Because I definitely don't remember being stuck here waiting when I did the playtest. I'm guessing the original version of this mission had too much happening in one mission. They tried to break it up. Alright, so we can leverage all of these now. It's fine. Okay, got an instant payout here. Alright. So since it's going to basically pretty much finish the one here, we'll go ahead and get Icomac, who builds a spaceship in their free time.
My, we might just make something out of you. Good job. Kiss, kiss.
You learn fast, Administrator. Care to dive into more advanced topics? Cool. Okay. And that was like very much the very intro tutorial.
I see you've met your chief of staff. Good old trustworthy Lily.
You know me, straight as an arrow.
As any arrow should be. Otherwise, bang! Crooked arrows go straight into the trash bin. Anyway, as it seems that Lily already took it upon herself to onboard you, I will leave you two to it. Got calls to make, busy. But hey, good talk.
Anyway, big day for you coming up. Your first real assignment. But before we dive into it, you should meet your coordination team. This is Rupert, our expert in everything hummus-related. I think he has a PhD in homology or something like that, allegedly.
Yes. Well met, Administrator. Some could say that I am indeed a specialist. I have helmed for several years the Institute of Sins and Hummus, where we studied the interactions between...
What a dork!
Actually, I wasn't finished.
I love this guy.
I was going to explain...
And that would be Larry.
Damn right I am, the Larry. Hotshot, ladies man, and 3-time world champion of forklift tuning.
And your job is...
Well, I'm the man you want to talk to for everything maintenance and infrastructure related. I keep this whole little operation tight and steady.
And no one doubts that. And finally, we have...
I can introduce myself, thank you. I'm Janine, Mistress of Paperwork and Processes. And, if I'm not mistaken, that is all you're required to know.
Right. Good. Well, now that you've met your crew, let's get to work. On your mark.
Okay, sorry about that. Yep, there's no pausing or whatever. Alright, so now you've learned the basics and met your entire crew. You are given your first assignment. However, the training wheels aren't removed just yet. After all, you still have lots to learn. Attend a homology course, study the Librum Administratum, learn advanced notions. Okay. Do we need to reapply for new map? I have no idea.
Oh boy, am I tired.
Tired? From what? You barely work around here.
Nah, I do stuff. Lots of cool stuff. You just don't see it.
Your self-deception baffles me. How could you possibly get this job?
How could I not? A certain chief of staff couldn't get enough of me. She was all like, "Oh, big stud muffin, why don't you come over here and work with me? Oh, and you know me, it's not my style to disappoint a lady."
Wait, you're talking about Lily. You seduced Lily.
Well, I'm not one to brag, but...
There's no way that ever happened. Lily. Hey, Lily, did that happen?
Oh, it may have happened in his head. I remember Larry hitting on me. Pretty hard, actually. Probably came at me with all he's got, the poor thing. Not that I would have accepted anything from him, but I thought it was cute. Anyway, I figured boldness was a good trait to handle Hell Inc.'s working operations. And bold he is. There you have it.
I remember it, differently.
Ha! Nice.
Okay.
Resumes trashed, last month's bills burnt, employee suggestions. Here's one. Put a shredder directly into the suggestion box. It will save time.
Your administrative skills are a wonder to witness in person. I read some things about you, but I did not know you were that efficient.
Unlike others, I got this job fair and square by being the best. If you read Trend Imps Monthly, you know I'm the fastest stamper this side of hell.
I did read it, actually. I saw that you won the highest paper pile record 2 years in a row. Lily, is that why you nominated her? Because of this record?
That's how I heard about her, but not what made my decision. Here. Style Imp, an issue from 6 months ago. Janine was elected most fashionable imp holding a flamethrower. I figured we would have a lot of invoices to burn, so better burn them with style.
Yeah, I'm good at that too.
A lot of this is new dialogue, and I'm enjoying it a great deal.
So, if we analyze the Sinometer data over time, you can easily spot the moment when a Humu turns into a deviant. The accumulation of sins creates behavioral spikes, which...
Yeah, I get it. But that's not what I asked. How did you become an expert in humology again?
Well, one receives a diploma after extensive courses on Hummus history, biology, and social science. For that, you would need to attend the Institute of Humu and Sin for at least 9 years.
Again, not what I asked. I asked how you did it. I know you need to study if you want to get a freaking diploma, but you're married. You started working pretty young. How'd you do it?
I, was married. I'm not anymore. I mean, I still am, but I won't be soon. I'm in the middle of a divorce, you see.
Oh, geez, you don't say. Maybe your wife asked you something simple, and you just never answered.
It's not just, I mean, she did look for answers that I could not provide, but her gym coach managed to, apparently. It's not that I couldn't, really. I have a condition.
Whoa, too many details, my man. I guess I'll go annoy someone else.
Don't you have work to...
Nah.
I didn't need any of that information. Okay. Sure. That's...
Before I
certainly...
leave you off the hook, there's still a handful of
A
topics
bunch.
you should go through if you don't want mayhem to strike within days.
Okay.
Let us begin the Hummus Political Theory course. If you open your manual, chapter 12, page 78, paragraph 4...
Rupert, we don't distribute these manuals to administrators anymore. Budget reallocation? Just make it short, yes?
Oh? Oh, I wasn't aware. I'm not a fan of improvisation. Can we postpone this?
Step aside, buddy. Let me handle this. All right, Chief, here's the deal. There's some kind of scepter imbued with the power to control the hummus population. It's planted in a magical rock in front of the temple. It randomly selects a new ruler whenever there isn't one. And then that guy has to go through the coronation process to finally do his thing. And, the ruler, do what rulers do. Same as you, I guess? Sorry, Chief. I'm still a bit fuzzy on what you actually do.
Okay, the rulers assigns the life paths of hummus, the orders to, and orders construction of buildings. Their personality determines assignment priorities. Okay. Alright. Open the ruler menu. Oh, it's up here.
Administrator, please note that Hummus rulers will determine the life paths of others, as well as what to build according to their personality. So expect wildly different priorities from a ruler to the next. These rulers often bolster the spirit of the Hummus that they favor, giving them an edge for as long as this ruler remains in power.
Which means, if you don't like this one, you can change. Just spitballing ideas, of course, but an inappropriate ruler could end up having an innocuous accident, like smashing his face against a wall.
Kill the ruler.
Such a tragedy. The king is dead. Long live the king.
When a ruler dies, an aspirant ruler is chosen randomly. In the Hummus population, the aspirant runs towards the temple for a coronation ceremony.
Such eagerness.
Coronation takes time. Meanwhile, no one is handling the realm, so nothing can be built by the hummus. Think twice before chain murdering rulers to get the ideal personality. Chill. Okay. So this ruler, I don't think we actually know much about them yet. Not till they have their coronation. Okay, so their strength is ranger, so like watchtowers, scouting parties, all that, and their weakness is faith. This ruler is an ambitious explorer, which means lots of rangers will be sent to explore the wilds. Most personalities have weakness and undervalue some life paths. So you can click on a watchtower.
Ah, the brave hummus explorers. Famous for... well, famous for their casualty rate, really.
A ranger is a critical part of hummus civilization. They serve as the first line of defense and will scout out points of interest,
Seems
such as
that
resource
these
nodes and enemy
resources
camps.
are free to claim. Good for them.
Okay. Hummus need a flag to flag resource nodes before colonizing them. Hostile enemies will conquer them back until under the right
Another
circumstances.
squad isn't having as much of a good time.
That there's no wrong way to approach a skirmish. You can be neutral, help the hummus win, or make sure they die, depending on your needs.
Very, very bad puppies. You did good. However, more will come if you don't also destroy the lair. These logs might come in handy. If you can aim, that is. Oh, all out of juice. Let me patch you up. Here you go. Have fun. Oh, look. They were guarding a chest. Maybe you should crack that open.
I had to break it. That's right. Reward chests can be found in various places. Secondary.
Oh, that cash will, come in handy. Let's use it to kickstart our hellish operations.
Let's see. Hostile camps often hidden in the overworld. You must damage chests in order to open them to get the reward. Alright.
Ugh, what a mess. Look at these degenerates, lobbing up chaotically. Hell's passive corruption will make their sins much worse if they remain outside a waiting line. They should wait their turn in an orderly fashion.
Okay. In Hell, corruption makes souls periodically gain random sins, except when inside a building or a waiting line. Souls in a waiting line will be kept waiting until called for by the next connected building. Alright, so we can go here and do this. Waiting booth. And then we need to get a secretarial imp. Alright. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be probably every new map you'll have to join, so it looks like these ones are not people from chat, unfortunately. So we'll just take whoever we can get. So we've got one who's a hard worker, who's a member of a witch coven that does not believe in ghosts. That's a weird stance to be witch and not on ghosts. Sure. We've got one who carries a mace in her bag. The other one likes to have shampoo in her eyes and mixes up left and right. Sure.
I guess. If that pleases you.
Ah, better, prettier, tidier, just the way I like it.
Okay.
Chief, all of this is fine and dandy, but what about our breaks? You know, I've seen guys purposely take longer if you don't give them facilities dedicated to chilling. Not me, of course. I would never do that. No!
Alright, so you want me to add a restroom.
We don't want souls to bumble in here. You should connect the building with an imp-only road to avoid hummus getting lost in personnel-only neighborhoods.
Okay, so we can get an imp road. So the employees can go in there.
You should definitely fork him to shorten his break. Note that I said fork, not, well, you know. Otherwise, it wouldn't really shorten the break, would it?
Hey!
So we just stab him
I
a
was
bunch.
thinking, this heavy magical tome you were given when you got the job. Maybe we should have a little chat about it. It is the one and only Liber Administratum, a codex of immense power, raving about the art of bureaucracy. Your predecessors imbued it with teachings of their own, before it was eventually passed on to you. You will have to attune to it if you want to decipher its powers and technologies.
Okay, so we need to open the book.
Don't let yourself be intimidated by it. With time, it will be easier to navigate through its chapters. Each of them comes with its unique theme and passive powers to unlock. This is also where you can research new constructions and spells, but it doesn't come cheap. The heroes are the heavenly currency you will have to spend to study the Liber Administratum and unlock new powers. To get more, you'll have to do your job and purify the hummus of their sins. More precisely, every time a Hummu resurrects from hell with a low enough amount of sin, you will get one hero. Easy enough, yes? Here, I was allowed to award you 5 heroes to get you saddled up, courtesy of the chairman. For now, let's have you acquainted with a very important tool, the Souls Dispatcher.
Okay. So Souls Dispatcher, let's see. Unlock new buildings, spells, and other things through the Liberum Administratum. Each technology has, each tree has 3 passive powers. Higher levels of passives and technology cost more heroes. Okay. Souls Dispatcher can separate souls across 3 exits according to custom criteria. Souls matching no criteria are sent to the fallback exit.
Good. Thanks to this tool, you will segregate souls according to any criteria you may fathom. This is by far the most important building for an efficient bureaucracy.
Okay. So Souls Dispatch. Click on it.
In the overview, you can see all 3 exits with their respective rules, if any, as well as the current fallback exit. You can set up a new rule from here, but we'll see that later. This is the details panel. When a soul enters a dispatcher, it checks if it matches any existing rule. Remember though, it checks from top to bottom, and the soul will go out on the first matching exit.
Create a rule.
Whether it's a specific sin, various statuses they can have, or other characteristics, each category has its own rule language. You'll have to explore the various options in due time. Make sure to set the different parameters according to your needs. We will want a hero's lane that checks the amount of corruption in a soul before letting it through. That way, you'll make sure to only resurrect souls that will award you a hero.
Okay, we need... Okay.
Now that we have our rule for specific souls, we have to determine what happens to souls that do not meet it. This happens in the fallback exit section. Here, you can select a lane in which souls will go if they do not match any of the rules set above. In our case, we want souls to loop back to our Omnisin doctors due to their sin level being too high. Could you kindly... We still need to build a loop to have sinful souls be brought back to the entrance and go through our Omnisins again, until they behave enough to be given a new life.
All right.
Great, great! You learn fast. Now it's up to you to make up your own rules. In a bureaucracy, making stuff up can be its own reward. I think we're done here for now.
Okay.
Nightfall. The hummus will stop working and head home now. I could tell you they're going to go to sleep, but you're a grown-up. You can take the blunt truth. Hummus? Tend to shaboink at night. A lot. In fact, they can get pretty naughty, even to my standards. At least now you know where their daily natality comes from.
If
Okay.
I may, should you feel like preventing them from having a promiscuous night, you can always disturb them during the deed. If you do that, it will remove them from those partaking in the natality count for next dawn.
Why would you prevent them from having some fun? No, 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 no. This goes against my work ethics.
I wonder why. Damn boss succubi are the best.
Well, if you're overflowing with hummus, with all the problems that it brings, and want to slow down their development, that would be a good way.
Okay.
However, studies have shown disturbed hummus are prone to wrathful tantrums if disturbed during their frivolous moments. So much so that they might just go back to work rather than stay home to listen to this cacophonous chaos.
I think we've established that we shouldn't do that. So let's wait for dawn and check the morning's fresh creation of newcomers.
Oh, it's just telling me that I opened the chest there and all that. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically just establishing being like, hey, your population will go up more and more, and that if it gets out of hand, you can knock it down by disturbing their sleep. Alright, so we got a bunch of new hummus welcomed into the world.
Administrator? It seems that one of your collaborators deserves a raise? Surely that takes priority over messing with people's night activities?
Alright, while doing their job, employees gain experience. With enough experience, they level up, getting free stats boost and a new trait to pick. And an automatic wage increase.
I want the divorce. Oh, she cannot mean it, can she?
Okay, so we can have it where they gain experience faster. They will give us heroes when they go on strike, but have a higher chance of critical failure. Reduces their wage by 10%, but they work 10% less. So we're gonna go ahead and give them
Employees
the
do not
bonus.
come cheap. Sometimes fostering mediocrity is a good way to save cash.
Really?
What? I'm just saying. That's an option. Every day at dawn, you will have to pay the sum of all wages and maintenance costs of Hell buildings merged into the upkeep value. If you can't pay, you should expect strikes from your employees.
You're damn right we will.
Don't mess around with people's cash.
We're not slaves, I think.
See? You'll want to keep a close eye on your upkeep.
Okay. Upkeep is due every day at dawn. Employees will go on strike if upkeep is not paid in full. Okay. Click on the highlighted soul, which I'm assuming will show up now. Yeah, and ignore the already in the queue. Let me actually go through. I wasn't going to do this, but that's going to annoy me. Command, where's join? I'm going to disable the command on my bot for right now, because the join command is for the game. I have a join command for the bot, but we're not using the bot's version, we're using the game's version, which is the reason why it's complaining about you already being in queue. Ignore that message. That's the bot and the game having the same command causing confusion. So I just disabled the bot's version so that won't be a thing. Click on the highlighted soul.
When a Hamu gets too much of the same sin, it turns into a deviant of that sin. However, note that it will alter their behavior and make them tricky to handle. Omnisin's doctors won't be able to treat their deviant sin anymore, so they are very much a double-edged sword. Luckily, we can research the right tools to handle that called specialists, which are buildings dedicated to treating deviants. They're also way more profitable than Omnisins. Let's build a few and direct fitting hummus to them.
Okay. You are now free to modify the Hell layout. For your final objective, unlock the Enviologist using heroes in the Liberum Administratum. Don't hesitate to sell buildings to make room for it, and configure the Souls Dispatcher to help get sinful souls there. Okay. So we need to go over here, unlock the Envy one. Okay, we got the Enviologist. So with that, we can go punish, Enviologist. Okay. Okay, we need an employee assigned to it. I believe we need one of you. Only knows how to count backwards and is an eco-anxious person.
I will try.
Put a soul road here. And they'll bring this around this way. And we can go here, and we can create a rule for C, and say, if it's highest sin, is envy, then we'll send it to them. Oh, I'm gonna need a queue. Hang on. Let's be smart about this. What I probably should do is actually put this over here to deviate it over there, right from the get-go. But I'm not going to. We'll take no further questions. Alright. Let's go ahead real fast. Get our money back from you. Should be able to move you for free. So let's scoot you way down over here. And where was it? It's punishment. Waiting booth. Okay. And it's certainly not the most efficient way for me to do this. Okay. And then that means I also need a secretarial imp. So I have the person who's part of the...
bargained for me. Yay, work, whatever.
Okay, so basically what we've done is we've set this up so all sinners will go through the regular stuff, and if we have someone who is not capable of becoming a hero, or not capable of giving a hero, and envy is their max, they'll go to the envy specific place. Otherwise they'll loop around this way, and if they can just be good enough as is, they go down the road. Now realistically what I should probably do is move all of these buildings forward, and then put myself a splitter going to like this area, and then splitting them over this way. But that's going to take a whole reorganization, and I'm choosing to not deal with that. Oh. I thought it would still treat the other sins. Okay, so we will have to change that. Boo. Alright. I keep hitting R to rotate, and that's not what rotates in this game. Okay. Alright, and think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I got all that picked up. So now what I need to do is go over here to the Souls Dispatcher. So your fallback is B. And then we'll have C here. We'll check if they are status. Believer, cultist, saint, locked in, deviant. That they're a deviant of envy. Okay, so that's doing it correct. You've been born? Yes, you were. Yep, so that means any Envy deviants will now be routed over this way to go to the Envy Omni Doctor. So yeah, we got one right here. So because they're an Envy deviant as depicted by having the green thing over their head, I'm gonna go over here and they'll be treated for Envy. Okay. Reach for perfection. Okay. But yeah, you get all sorts of different types you have to deal with to manage.
Thank you Shadow Peon for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you Shadow Peon for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here, and I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 14 months, and that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for the continued support, and I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you for that. So yeah, this is where you get kind of where I mentioned the factory automation side of things, is, you know, it's like you can route them around this way and loop back on stuff and all that. You can get pretty involved with this. So it's not like factory automation, this fact of like assemblers and inserters and conveyor belts. But in a certain reality, these
Look at you
kind
flying
of...
so low. I think the chairman will want to see for himself what you can do without training wheels. And frankly, so do I. Let's see what you're really made of.
Okay. Training is over, congratulations. Now let's look for your first assignment. Cool. So we're going to now actually do a legitimate level after this. Before I start that level, once the cinematic's done, okay, this is fine. I'm going to quickly just make sure there's no dialogue. Okay, I'm going to quickly step away for just a minute to use the restroom, top off my drink, all that kind of stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Alright. So it's boot camp. Alright, so we're now on to the snag. Why in my head am I thinking... Why was I thinking that there was, like, a rogue... Well, I mean, it's... Got roguelike thing. I'm blanking in my head. Oh, well, the campaign... Oh, you know what? I bet you the other one was Sandbox. That's right. So the campaign is playing through, I guess, the story. Because in the playtest, I think it was a sandbox where it was like a roguelite thing where you'd start one, be like, here's the modifiers on your map, and you'd play. But I forgot the playtest, we didn't have the campaign. That's fine. Time to start doing your job as the Administrator of Hell. You will have to outfit the world with soul cleansing administration. Sure. Alright. It does make me curious.
Congrats on completing our onboarding program. You will make one hell of an administrator. Ah, one hell. I just need to finish that mountain of paperwork to officialize your permanent taking over of Hell Incorporated. I will get right to it.
In the meantime, should we get started on our next task?
Ah, yes, about that. There might be an itsy-bitsy complication. Our new administrator's predecessor, Lou Morningstar, has taken rather strongly to his little exile from creation. It seems he invented and peppered corruption stones on countless hummus realms right before I could get to his disciplinary interview. Lily, you wouldn't happen to know anything about that?
Me? I don't think I do.
Don't play dumb with me. You are his chief of staff, goddammit. Surely you've heard something?
Oh, now that you mention it, he might have alluded to the Corruption Stones project. Magical artifacts that bless hummus with sin. A lot of sin. But it was just a random idea at the time.
Well, it just so happens that the world we're moving on is equipped with one of these ideas. That is a bother.
Administrator, you will have to make the best of the situation. We won't let a little stone ruin our day. Plus, if I am to listen to Lily, you've proven more than up to the task.
Okay.
Thank you, Ballistic Badger, for subscribing for 7 months.
Thank you, Ballistic Badger, for the tier 1 sub. That's 7 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support and all that good stuff, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so this is a mechanic that didn't exist at all in the playtest. The idea that there's going to be just this stone on the map that's going to cause people to gain lots of a specific sin, so I'm curious how that'll actually work out in gameplay, like if they'll have to like approach it and they'll do that on their own, or if it just like pulses out, or how it actually mechanically works. Alright, so you're gonna get a bunch of dialogue here real fast, but this has all been fun, so we'll go ahead and let that go.
You know, most angels would be scared to work with a demon, let alone a demon queen. But you're not. Not that I can tell. You seem different. You get that evil is relative. I'm not any better or worse than anyone else. True evil does not exist. Well, actually, scratch that. In this world, there is one thing that does scare me. Something absolutely vile and truly evil. Bureaucracy. Untouchable. Pernicious. All-powerful. Gifted for only will. The desire to expand, to regulate and infest everything it touches. Concepts, creativity, or individuals. It spares nothing. Oh, I've seen them, you know. Armies of empty, obedient husks whose freedom got crushed by its cogs. Administrator, of all the powers you may leverage, this is the most powerful and destructive one by far. Tread carefully, lest you yourself become a bureaucrat, the true harbingers of evil.
Hey, Zilliard. Yep. I can get behind bureaucracy being the truest of evils. In reality, bureaucracy is a necessity a lot of times, but it does suck. It does suck a whole lot.
Look, there's no easy way to say this. I've been trying to get a good administrator for a while, and I've kind of tried everything. I'm on my last leg. If it fails, if you fail, I will have to consider a major overhaul of creation itself. And all the paperwork that comes with it. Phew. I would really like to avoid that. So please, 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 be competent, be good, and loyal. Please be loyal. I would hate to see something happen to you.
That's not ominous at all. At first you're like, okay, I can get it. You're like, hey man, work's not working out so great. Like, could you like, please carry through with me and all that. But the whole is like, I need you to be loyal. That's the whole thing.
Larry, what is that exactly?
You went into my room. Not cool, man. Not cool. I could have anything lying around in there.
Explain yourself.
It's the limited edition Lily body pillow. Don't you recognize yourself? There's your pretty fangs, your lustrous hair, and these are your nice, round, plump...
For hell's sake, I don't mean just the pillow. Look at all the junk with my face on it. Stickers, notepads, plushies. Look, a toothbrush? Really?
It's not junk. It's all officially licensed Lily merchandise. They're pretty high quality, too, not cheap knockoffs. They're said to be the best companion items for cool guys, with style. Cool teens, anyway. I don't use the stuff anymore. But keeping it reminds me of you, babe. Can't put a price on that.
I'll admit, the quality is nice. The details are uncannily accurate, but they are somewhat tame. I don't recall a merchandising company asking for the use of my image, though. You said it's officially licensed?
It better be. The body pillow is the standard D-cup model. The price tag is on the back. It reads, Lily Pad Size D. Official Lily Fan Club trademark. Made in hell.
That won't do. I should have been included to improve the designs. Bolder designs. Say, Larry, would you contact them for me? Give them new pictures to work with? New daring designs? How'd you like to handle these transactions? You seem to know the product line well, and it's right in your skill set.
Sure thing, babe. Aha! Jackpot!
It's like, I feel like each one of these, like the first two will like give me actual story progress, and then the last one is just undermining one of my people I work with. Okay. So let's go ahead and get in here. So we're going to be supporting the Hummus's development, setting this world's hell, and then keeping an eye on the corruption stone.
Let's see what this corruption stone is all about.
Okay. Both right smack dab in the middle of town.
They built their town around it.
These stones turn honest hummus into insane deviants. All right, I've seen enough.
Maybe we should blow it up?
Absolutely not. Lou is a treacherous bastard. It could be booby-trapped. Let's study it first. Until we know what we're dealing with, you guys will have to handle that the old-fashioned way. Punish the hell out of them.
Alrighty then. Let me gather the crew and we'll get right to it.
Okay. So, we need to populate
Hey.
the over...
Lily hasn't told you what happened with your predecessor, right? I'm not surprised. She can't be too proud about it. Well, to put it plainly, Lou tried to overthrow me. Fortunately, Lily betrayed his trust and snitched on him. That's why I didn't exile her alongside him. And yet, I'm still not entirely sure I can trust her. So be careful around our favorite succubus. Don't let her sultry words get into your head or in your pants. Smile, she's back.
The crew is gathered and we're ready to follow your lead, Administrator.
I will leave you all to it, while I finish the paperwork to get our administrator permanently appointed.
Okay. So our objectives is we need to get a population of 200. We're at 71. And we need to punish 6,000 sins. In the overworld, corruption stones periodically select a random hummus to corrupt, increasing their sins until they become a deviant. You can destroy corruption stones by pushing objects against it or using spells such as Magmine and Rockulus. Be careful, corruption stones emit worldwide sin bursts when damaged. Gotcha, so you can destroy it, but the issue ends up being, like right now it's going to just kind of poke me once in a while, but when I start hitting it, it's going to just massively cause trouble. So I have to be ready to buffer a really big amount of problems at once before we get there. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can pop down here. We have no heroes. I forgot, that's the thing. When you scroll out too far, it takes you out there. So interestingly, this is going to have some weird pathing we're going to have to deal with. Now, one thing to keep in mind is there is areas like here. Those walking through Pergtile earn money once per soul per cycle. Oh. So I get paid for them walking through that. I was expecting that to give them envy. Okay, it's definitely going to take them through the through that. All right, so things we're going to need here is we're going to need let's see how I want to organize this. So first thing we're going to do is we will have a soul road that comes a couple of tiles forward, and we're going to want to put a soul dispatcher right here. And this will be our whatever group, and I'll put special ones up here. So we'll say, for you, stop doing all this. We want to go to rules, fallback. Fallback is C. Okay. Am I going to want to have more branches off of here? I don't think so for now. So we will add a waiting line over here. Okay. I don't have a lot of money. So we're going to have the Hell Puppet Show. Do Omni Doctors. Okay. And the reason I did it that way is it's a three-way intersection there. Okay, so that should be all the basic stuff we need there. Let's make sure that is functional before we add anything else in. So we got all those hooked up. Okay, and now we want to go to our employees. As a reminder, you can do the !join, and it should put you on here. It may not replace the names here yet, because it is the thing you have to wait till I join into like the actual map. So we could go ahead and do a test if someone wants to do an !join real fast. I want to see if it'll swap out the employee names, or if because it's already drawn the employee pool, I have to wait for the next cycle. because we should have enough. All right, so that should be enough to kick it over. Yeah, so it does look like I'll have to wait for the next one. It's just kind of tricky that at the beginning. Yeah, so I assume... Yeah, and the headhunt would reset that. So unfortunately, that's one of those ones that our first group of employees is unfortunately not going to be any of that stuff. So we want one of you. Okay, so you've got Mark Beef. It'll reduce their wage, but they won't work as much. Smokes 10 packs a day. We've got Tim Kiss, who efficient failing tryharder, so makes extra money on soft failures and a lot of extra money on critical failures, and then has a 10% chance of a soft failure. So kind of amusingly, this can be a way of making a lot of money while also kind of causing sin problems. I'm a little tempted to take that just to see how that shakes out. So they're a licensed bazooka owner, likes the smell of bacon in the morning. I mean, that's just valid. And then we got Tim Stallone, who will work faster and is uncomfortable near ugly people. Yeah, so this one's like considered a negative, that's a positive, and this is considered a neutral where it has a positive and a negative. I'm gonna try it.
I got your back, Chief. Aye, aye, Chief.
Okay, so now I need 2 of you. We have Compulsory Betrayer, chance to receive one hero when going on break, but does ultimately give a chance of a soft failure and a critical failure. Does work longer. We have Gerald Fishy, who gains a lot more experience faster, and Liam, who gains experience slower. Repeats everything twice, part of a mariachi band, is a fedora enthusiast, owns a fake ID. Oh, you are really expensive. Hang on. Yeah.
Woohoo, souls are in for a treat. Woohoo, I will try.
Okay, we need a secretary. So we've got Beverly Stone, who is absent-minded, who will work slowly, refuses to share her birthday. We have Alexia Kaki, who is a side hustle tryharder, will give me a little extra money when on break, but also has a chance of causing a soft failure. Swallows gum when the taste is gone, takes others' opinions as her own. And then we've got Tiffany Paltrow, who can move faster, takes shorter breaks, and works longer. Likes to have shampoo in her eyes, sarcastically mimics souls in front of them. That is a lot of money, though. That is a lot of money. Considering that's literally like 4 or 5 times the amount of the... Well, it's about 5 times the amount. I'm gonna go with the cheap option.
Wow, thank you. Yes, all right, I'm ready.
Okay, so that gets that started. I am going to need to be able to treat deviants. So let's go ahead. I can't do that. Never mind. But before we go too far, the cheap option was also pay yourself when you go in 2 breaks. Yeah, the catch is I don't think I have the money to do a lot of this. Do I want... Alright. Okay. So fallback is B. Create a rule for A. Status. Will not give me a hero. Oh, you can't go through a waiting line. This will be a mess, but it's fine. I say unconvinced. Okay, so we're gonna need like 2,500 bucks. I mean, she's 150, you make 100 when she goes to break. Yeah. Well, that's the thing we're missing, is I don't actually have the break room for him. Well, I can get the break room. Okay. Fear increases Soul's movement. Motivation increases Imp's movement and work speed. Fear and motivation and have opposite effects. Yeah, so it's basically fear makes Souls go faster, motivation makes the Imps go faster, and vice versa. Okay, and what's our ruler like? Anxious patriots, security of the people is paramount for it to thrive. So they will have soldiers and doctors at an increase, builders, merchants, and priests at a decrease. And they will be warmongering. What I'm checking for right now is if there's anywhere obvious I could snag a chest. Okay. So it gave me heroes. What I'm actually hoping for is a little bit of the cash. Because I did overspend a little bit, and I'm a bit worried about that. Looks like taking our quick once around, I don't see any more chests easily available. Okay, so with that said, let's pop back down below. Oh, they're already occupied, that's why. They need to not spend more money until we get the Purga dollars up to the point where our people won't go on strike immediately. We already got our goodies out of there, so let's go ahead and not worry about that. Okay. And you also get cultists later that worship us to give us more energy and all that. We haven't reached that point yet, but we'll get there. Power Shrines periodically give you free spells which can be used without spending faith coins. To receive free spells, shrines must be claimed by the Hummus. Rangers, Guacas may invade shrines to prevent you from using them. Nothing like a jolt of power. Okay, that's fine. Okay, once we get 2,500 past the amount I need to keep my employees paid, we're going to start working on getting the envy place for when we start getting our deviants down here. Because we're starting to get deviants up top that I am going to have to deal with from the Sinstone or whatever it's called. Our shrine is ready. Cool.
Oh, the Hubus Rangers have tagged a power shrine and freed its energy. Administrator, feel free to collect and store these spells. They might come in handy.
Mama.
Once collected, they will take some time to regenerate.
No, that'd make you wrong.
I love you.
Love you too. So I'm trying to figure out, as it says, to collect the stone. That's a Rockalicious. Okay, so I think that dialogue's from before. Because it used to be a grab it and put it over here. It looks like it's available there still. Anyways, let's pop back down below. So we're getting our line here, and you can see this is going to start becoming a real problem. But what do I want to do? Okay, so everyone our pay. Alright, we got a bunch of new hummus were born. Welcome. May your lives be sinful so we get more money? Question mark? Yeah, so you can see this is clearly not keeping up. So we'll definitely need to address that. Part of my plan is to make it where anyone who's a deviant or over a certain amount of envy sin will send to the enviologist. Okay. Meanwhile, let's check in the stuff here. Increases the experience gained by people. Makes Holy Patience easier to remove from Saint Souls. Dominant Persona. Well, we can't actually do those yet. So it'd be Infusing Wisdom. So that makes our demons level faster. First class tickets. Increase the amount of Purgadollars earned through Hell's entrance fee. Spacious bus. Increases the maximum number of people who can ride in the bus. Increases the speed effect given by fear and all that stuff. Super Imp Road. That we can lock a particular sin. We're not going to worry about that. We'll probably have to do a bunch of this stuff later. Increase the amount of Purgadollars earned for punishing souls. Gives a chance to punish twice as much sin points when treating a soul punishment. Earn extra Purgadollars. Feeble demons. Unleashed demons weaker by reducing their magical resistance and the damage they inflict. Okay. Recommended technology. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is these two seem to be the ones here. So I'll grab you as my first one. Because that means more money. In campaign mode, technologies unlock in the Liber Astra carry over from one mission to the next. However, you are limited to spending a certain amount of heroes during each mission. Heroes you don't spend will carry over, but only up to the hero's limit if you did not reach it. Gotcha. And the reason I'm making them all walk all the way up here and then back if they don't need it is just so they walk through that to give me a little bit of trickle income from it. Because that ground, when they walk in it, they give me money. Okay. I might just need to put another Omni place right here. Because that line's getting long. It's just I have to be careful because we are starting to get more and more of the deviants. And until we have that sorted, we can't handle deviants. Okay. So with this Soul Punishment and Viologist... So I need a couple hundred more. I'll need more than a couple hundred more. I'm lying. I need actually quite a bit more than that. So let's go ahead and adjust this route real fast. Oh, that increased our daily cost a lot. Should have watched that. Even though it's not currently doing anything. Can I pause it and make it not cost me anything? No. Warband going to war. Missing road connection, that's fine.
Administrator, here you can witness the Hummus military-industrial complex in full swing. Soldiers will guard their civilization against any threat and might even heed the call of rangers whenever they spot hostiles.
Oh my. Who's the muscle man?
I can be anything you want me to be, baby.
His file states, and I quote, Adham, experienced and highly trained killing machine, fearless, tender lover, 100% hero, cheese enjoyer. However, I'm not sure I can vouch for the accuracy of this information.
A hero? All I see is a big lump of flaccid flesh.
Okay, meanwhile I do see that there's a chest there. Give me money. Okay. Delete that one. Yeah, and it's complaining they don't have a hookup for this yet, which I definitely need to deal with. But we're low on money. If you can't pay your upkeep in full, employees will go on strike. They will resume work on their own at noon. So I've got one of my employees went on strike.
Perhaps I should share my medication.
That's gonna be real bad for us, is what that's gonna be. We're going to make a probably bad decision here. Once I get a little bit of money here, I'm gonna try and put up this and say anyone who's envy maxed, go this way. And we'll see if we can't get ourselves money, because with this imp going on strike... Cool, power shrine ready. Because if I can get this up and running really quick, there is a good chance we could do. Deviant ruler. If a ruler happens to be a deviant, they're considered a deviant ruler. Deviant rulers automatically change their personalities to an extreme one. Oh no. Okay, they become a deviant ruler. The world is ours to conquer. They will only care about rangers and soldiers. They will not care about doctors, harvesting, merchants, builders, or priests. They will have fanatical rangers, fanatical newcomers, fortified watchtowers, and the hummus dream. Making everyone more vulnerable to envy. Oh, good. We now have an extremist population. Just what we wanted. We didn't actually want that. Okay. So we need 2 more employees. Meanwhile... bring those in. Alright. You're all way too expensive.
I hope there's no way to work.
Okay, so create a rule for B. If the sin value for envy, let's just say highest sin, the highest sin is going to most likely be envy. Okay. So what I'm trying to consider, so we can go by this where if they are a deviant, of envy, they go this way. And I thought there was a way we could add extra rules on here. Add rule. Or sin value, envy. Right now, let's say 35. So they're not deviant, but they're pretty high. Come on, I need the secretary here. Actually, even change this rule. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to go here. Highest sin is envy. We can start trying to pass people over this way. Okay, so they are waging war. They're almost done being on strike, which will hopefully let me pick up the pace here. Oh, they gave us new hummus. Alright, so strike is over for today.
I'm not. I really carry that administration, don't I?
Okay. So that means people who have the highest being envy will start going over here. And I'm gonna have to get ourselves 4,000 bucks to get through the next day. And then we want to make more of the Omnisin, whatever they're calls. Right now the problem is this is not going nearly fast enough for us. Okay, they're sending out another warband. Because, again, the ruler of the hummus right now is a warmonger. And part of the problem with that is the warmonger is going to get a bunch of hummus killed, which is going to start overloading us more. We might be in trouble where we have a really big strike in the morning. Yeah, I'm on.
I want the divorce. She cannot mean it, can she?
Okay, so you gain XP faster. We can make you work better. We can have you give me heroes when you go on strike with occasional critical failure. Or we can just make you work more.
I did something right at last.
Okay. Honestly, I'm okay with the hummus continuing to go in this absolute war. No chest? That's disappointing. Alright, that's fine. It's okay, it's just another little strike. What's the worst that could happen? Other than things back up and continue to escalate and get worse and worse to the point we start getting demons and other awful stuff. Stop sending your soldiers out to get killed. Okay, so when we get $1,000, I need another place over here. Saint ruler. If your ruler happens to be a saint, they are considered a saint ruler. Saint rulers give alternatives to the whole hummus population. What? Ah, so we did just have a our warrior ruler did die. So now we have a ruler who is the exact opposite. That they are going to be working on merchants, faith, and medical, but letting their military be a low priority. Alright. So as soon as we manage to get like another $1,000, I need to get another one of these built over here so we can increase our cash influx. Okay, so we got more souls coming in. As much as this stinks, we need to get another Omni Doctor going on here. That's gonna have problems. Okay, so what we can do to get this one... Yeah, it's only coming out in a couple of days. Okay, so with this, when they reach there, half of them should go this way and half of them should go that way. At which point, then, half of them will split this way and this way, so 1/4 should go to each and every one of those. The next thing I need is I will need one of you. Alright, so I need at least 360 bucks. Hopefully pick up the throughput on this. Okay, what now?
Oh no, a Humu has reached sainthood. Unfortunately, that has a chance to happen when they get resurrected with a very low sinometer.
Ugh, dirty saints. I can't stand the sight of them. Everyone hates them. You can't punish them, they are resistant to administrative magic. Heaven Code doesn't even award a hero upon resurrection. What are we supposed to do with them, huh?
Maybe if we do a piss-poor job when handling them, they'll lose their holy patience and, in time, their sainthood.
So your advice is to be terrible at your job. At least that part shouldn't be too hard.
Okay. So we did get another person here, so let's go ahead. So we've got you, who takes less break time. Labels his work supplies with his name, Sweaty Hands. We've got you, who will give us faith when we go on break. I don't actually care about that. And has increased work time. And then Henry here is absolutely awful. Breeze 3 times a minute. Hummus Architect Apologist.
Let's see how long. Okay, you can.
Okay, so let's not hire anyone else yet right now. Let's let them get through this day, and hopefully we can play some catch-up on this line. Oh, I see. So it can't affect the line while they're in it. That's probably fair, actually. It'd be too easy to abuse. Okay. Alright, so you have a side hustle where you make us money when you go on break. Deviant Hater. +5 purged of the highest sin when treating deviant souls. But you don't treat people. Okay. Opportunistic union. This loser reduces their wage, has a chance to be the first in line and going on strike. Reduce break time.
Time I get accolades.
So you could deliberately have a person that, like, when they go on strike, that's the one that goes on strike, so you kind of target people you don't mind clearing out. Okay. I'm not sure why you're not going to the room to go on break. Hey, Redacted! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you playing on Suck? Can we get a shout out for Redacted, by the way? We're just doing a little bit of Sintopia. Oh, come on, man. It's only need like 60 more bucks. I was like $60 short of avoiding the strike. Playing some Halo, the Master Chief Collection. Gotcha, I hope you had fun with that. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just playing some Sintopia. It's kind of like Black and White, if you remember the game way back in the day where you kind of were like a god over the land. but also combined with sort of like a factory automation tycoon game. So like you got this area where it's kind of black and white, where you got your spells, you kind of interact with the population to cause all sorts of stuff going on. Yeah, get all our power shrines getting ready. Well, let's go in the notifications here. So let's disable the alert on the power shrines. Those are getting a little spammy. And honestly, for the war bands, I'm going to turn that off as well. We've got a saint who's been coronated. I was missing $29 at the beginning of the day, so we have an employee on strike. Alright, let's get another Omni Doctor here. Okay. And with that, we can go ahead and get another one to you. You don't care about the faith coin, but I mean...
Me? Yay. Work.
We gotta get that line caught up. Okay, so no longer on strike. Ooh, you are a deviant of greed. Okay, so we need to get that on our priority list. So we need a deviant for greed. So a greedologist. Alright. That's pretty awful, actually. That's going to be a really big problem for us. So I'm going to have to wait for more stuff there. So once we manage to have our ability to pay our people, I'll need a greedologist to deal with that. Then we can start moving anyone who's got greed maxed out over here, which should help. Keep on processing them. Come on, don't let me be short today. This is a factory game where their product is people. Basically, you have sinners show up, you help redeem them from their sins before sending them back up. And you get paid for that, you know, your effort in their redemption and all that. So that's kind of the thing, is you're providing a service. So your product isn't people, you're providing a service of redeeming sins. And the problem is these ones waiting out here, they'll actually gradually acquire sins by just standing out there, which is a big problem. I need to not have that line. We kind of fell behind and now we're trying to fix it. Okay, so with that, let's go here. Greedologist. And then we will need a waiting line. Okay, so I need... Why does the next secretary have to be so ridiculously expensive?
I'm not surprised. Yay. Work. Whatever.
Alright, so now we need to create a rule for Path A, where if their status of a deviant For greed, they'll go that way. Otherwise, we'll add a rule. If their highest sin is greed, go that way as well. Oh no, I got another deviant type I'm not ready for. Alright, so we need to also bring in you, and you're terrible at your job. That's not going to help us much. What's going to need to happen here relatively soon is I'm going to need to change this to have deviant go this way, and then branch out after this to go and do different deviant types. Why are you constantly going on break? Okay, and what type of deviant are you? Gluttony. Okay. Gluttonologist. Increase the pay for treating them. Alright, so this is going to be definitely a problem. The good news is, as I'm adding more of these and we're treating people faster, that is increasing our income as well. So it's a little A, little B. Big thing I gotta watch is that we don't have that sitting there with no one in it for too long. Yep, so we're just reaching nighttime and I've already got enough to pay my salaries. Alright. Every time it's like, I'm finally catching up. They're finally all going to be in the line. And then 2 seconds later, it ends up being a whole nother busload of people clogging up the pipes. Alright. Cool, so I got some more money. So, we also, unfortunately, have another sin that's reached the point of that, which is Wrath. So, that's becoming a problem very rapidly. But right now, let's go ahead and we've got the Gluttonologist. So what's going to need to happen here is we're going to need to reroute this, which is going to be a bit tricky to make happen. Because what I'm going to need to do is reroute this to come around here, so that all people who are deviant go this way. And then we're going to need lines going out to these individual ones. I don't know the best way of approaching that. Because if I have too many, they just sit there idle, and that's a problem. If they sit there idle, I'm paying their wages and slowly hemorrhaging myself because I'm paying them and not getting the money back out of it. Okay. So right now, you're set up for greed. What I could potentially do is in the long run have it like split off to have these ones up here in the other way. I think for right now, what we'll ultimately do is I will replace... Yeah, that's fine. Replace a bunch of this line. What's the difference between the lighter road and the dark road? These are waiting lines. They won't acquire sins by being on there, but you have to have a staff member running the checkpoint. Where these are just roads they'll run on, they'll slowly acquire sins if they wait on them. Basically, Qs, not Qs. Okay, so let's go here. You will need a waiting booth over here. Okay, they'll have you connected in a minute. Alright. So what we can do here then is Soul Road to this spot. And over there. And add a crossroads so that they continue on whichever way. And then we need to go to... Where are you at? Not the waiting line. Soul Dispatcher. Okay. Even though it should never happen if I set this up right, just in case. I am hydrated. It's weird that you presented that as a question, but okay. Alright, so A, create a rule. So you will be highest sin of gluttony. Apply there. I will also add a rule if you are a deviant. That's not the right thing. A deviant of gluttony. So either or. You'll go to A. And then this way, if your highest sin is greed, or your status is a... One second. There we go. I was confused why I showed the same thing. Alright, cool. So basically, if you're deviant this, if you're deviant greed that way, if you're deviant of gluttony this way. And then meanwhile, I gotta bring on more staff. So we got our next secretary. So changes makeup once per week. Then all the others have big negatives, so we're gonna go ahead and grab
what
you.
Do you expect? Yes, all right, I'm ready.
And then we need someone to actually work this. And you have a chance of causing failures. +5 purge from the highest sin when treating deviant souls, with a chance of causing other, having a chance of failures. I'm just gonna keep doing the one that sometimes gives me freebies.
Do I really have to?
Oh, and we need to change you. So you are going to add on a new rule here. Highest sin is gluttony. So if the highest sin is gluttony... Oh, wait, 1 second. That'll never happen. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. So we'll change this. What I can do for this one instead is that's the envy, that's the greed route. So let's grab you. Let's delete this. Well, yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it use the highest sin is greed or gluttony. Because if they're deviant, that means it's going to be their highest sin anyways. Is it currently unused path? Can quickly become another specialist? Yeah, no, we're going to get that all sorted. Already had someone who leveled. Alright. Plus 40 when poked with a fork. Reduce the imp wage but makes them slower. Work time higher. Or you can make them take less break time. And pay extra money while on break. More work time.
Just when I thought I couldn't get any better.
Okay. So we increase the chance of them failing, but they pay me when they fail.
Get some water, 'cause I'm on.
Hummus can be voided by various sources, meaning they are completely removed from the game, body and soul. Hummus are voided for falling off the edge of the world, reaching 100 in sin, turning into a zombie, facing Sad Imp's critical failure, or walking into an abducting pit in hell. So someone critically failed, giving me an instant influx of money, and then deleting a sin from existence. Or personal. How did you get through there? Ah, I see. Why did you go through there? Because your highest sin is greed. Ah, that's why. Because yours... Status. Deviant. Greed. Apply. There we go. I really need you to start getting through those lines faster, man. And that should be dividing them out more. Can you have a queue? Can you have a queue to the sorting thing? Or only the processing one? So I could have a queue go to the sorting thing. But that doesn't help me because when it goes there, like they'll let the next person in and then they'll line up to the next person or the next thing. So what'll end up happening is, say I have like 3 that go into Envy, they'll go into this line. And if this line fills up, the whole thing shuts down. Like right now we're shutting down because my common, we don't have them differentiated line is all going there. This should actually get better because I'm noticing a lot of these are gluttony, which I now have a specialist for. So we should be starting to send the gluttony ones off the other direction. Okay, how did you get over here? Pride is your highest. Why did you go that way? Yeah, no, I could zigzag it. It didn't seem to want to let me zigzag it while they were in the line. Like, I think they are obstructing my ability to zigzag it. Maybe that'll work. Okay, that actually does look like it worked. Granted, you seem to be stuck right now. Okay, that did work. Because I tried to move it earlier and it didn't seem to want to cooperate. It does look like we did get one person stuck here. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with them, but, you know. That sounds like a them problem, not a me problem. Alright. So, we need to go and get another one of the specialists. It'd be fun if you could, if you got the Dungeon Deer style of hand move souls. Well, the idea is you're not supposed to directly interact with them, that you have your processes, all that. There is some things I can do on the above ground where I can use like wind to shove them and all that. but that only works above ground. So now we need a Wrathologist. So we'll need to get that going. Okay, and we're gonna go down here. And get our dispatcher. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it on fallback B, even though if we ever hit that, that's a problem. Alright. So if highest sin is gluttony, go that way. And if highest sin is wrath, go this way. And so now we add a new rule. Honestly, I don't need this rule up here. So let's go here, change your thing to the highest sin, wrath. Yeah, if it's wrath or gluttony, go down this way, and then that'll take care of that. Otherwise, go the other way. So we can go here then. I will need one of you.
I really have to.
And grab all that. Okay, we headhunted to try and get someone not as terrible. You've got a side hustle when you go on break.
Pleases you.
Oh. Okay, so now we have a place where the Wrath ones are also going. And hopefully that means I'm handling all the deviants we've got right now. And that we also should be gradually like splitting our people out more.
Would you
hopefully get things in there. Fear given to a treated soul for 20 seconds. Excellent.
Oh, yay.
I'm curious what happens with this one. Okay, let's see if I delete that again. Okay, I did manage to teleport him away. Cool. Oh, I just realized I don't have you set over here to do anything. Go here. Let's see. Highest sin is wrath. They're not deviating correctly. I noticed we had a person back here. That should fix it. But at least we're not slowly accruing more and more sin right now from the lines being too backed up. But not many people are getting out of here to give me hero coins. Alright.
Scared me.
Reduced experience gained. Slacker will go and take more break time. They gain more levels faster. We have a chance of gaining...
Are you sure I fit in?
Alright, so they're going to go ahead and potentially give me a free hero point and occasionally critical failure and eliminate a soul. When they vanish like that, do they just go back to the start? Yeah, they go back to the start. It might give me other penalties I'm unaware of, but it does just kick them back to the start, so it's not like you can just get away with like kind of deleting them quickly that way. Alright. Yeah, so we got Sloth is going up. Even more compulsory betrayal.
Husband,
Wifey.
I think that times.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I love you.
I love you more. No, that doesn't sound right. Okay. Alright, so we're getting everyone processed here real quick and all that good stuff. And we got our first Wrathful people going through. We also got another person who leveled. So we can reduce their break time. And have us give us faith, they can make us work harder. So we're gonna make them work harder. Alright. Okay. And little by little, we got people going through. Now, downside is this is still backing up. Is it that many people have Sloth? It's Lust. It's Lust is the primary contributor here. Okay. Let's go ahead and get Lust on the list. So I can go in here. Soul processing. Lustology. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm zigzagging this nonsense through here now. Sintopia. It's going good. Thank you so much for that. And Cardinal Zin is doing some Minecraft, so if you're looking for some Minecraft, you can find that over there. Don't mind me, we are just trying to efficiently run the bureaucracy of hell, as you do. So we go ahead and yoink this, and yoink those out. And let's see what else we gotta do. Let's go ahead and hook up our place where we treat people with lust, and all that. Okay. But yeah, no, it's been a pretty fun game. We're not doing amazing on it. I'm still learning it. But it's going alright-ish. Okay, so for now, create rule. If the highest sin is lust, go that way. Lustology sounds kind of ick. I mean, it's the study of lust. Definitely a course I wouldn't want to take myself, personally. Okay. So, that's going to be handled by Harold, who can move really fast, and backed 148 projects on Imp Starter.
Do I have to? Okay, you can do this.
Alright. We'll have Selena take the next one, who gains XP faster and has a whip collection.
Obvious. Yes. Alright, I'm ready.
Yeah, again, thank you so much for that raid. Oh, we also need to go to this and say if their highest sin is lust. Go that way as well. Oh, you're not actually connected. I was like, why are you not moving forward? There you go. Okay, so that should slowly continue to clean up our general line. I'm imagining what we'd end up doing here is continue to split them off to specialists. And then eventually you'd start decommissioning your general line. Or maybe you just send a couple over the general line from time to time. Because we should see this line start getting smaller and smaller, because we are taking more and more of the different sins and sending them off to specialists. Okay, so we're doing a good job in handling the punishing of the sins, and we're waiting for the population to go up. Somewhat ironically, one of the things we're running into is I keep taking people who give me free hero points whenever they have a critical failure and have a good chance of having a critical failure. And so that's becoming a whole thing. Alright. No breaks. Okay, so this is the gluttony treatment. Okay. And this is, was it envy? No. Your wrath. So apparently wrath is a rap battle. Okay. And then this is the lust treatment. Where the imp dances on a pole to the disgust of the soul. Okay. Now you got greed. Where they just watch money be dumped into a hole that they can't do anything. And then envy is it's like, you know, reach for perfection. They get their hand locked in a box. Oh, hey. They found me a box. Which gave me a bunch of hummus soldiers. Well, let's drop back down to the underworld. Let's see, you feel like making people watch what they can't have isn't going to make them desire it less. I think the idea is they keep subjecting it to you until you're finally like broken, that you're just like, I don't want anymore, I don't care anymore. Okay, so we can have it where you go on break, you have a bit of getting more money, you'll work more.
Nailed it.
Okay. It's just comical or whatever. And all these ones, the Omni ones, it just says like, sin leads, you know, sin bad. Sin leads to death. Sin leads to sadness. Just like generic whatever. Okay, so everything's being managed at least okay right now. So we can keep knocking down the sin will be good. Well, if we get more and more going up there for the hero tokens. But we can keep processing the sin down over time. We should actually start getting lines more manageable. Okay. So we get money on soft failures and critical failures. Or a chance for even more hero ones for soft and critical failures.
Right, at last.
Alright, so meanwhile, we can do stuff to get ourselves more of that. This building punishes souls, removing a great amount of random sins and earning purgadollars. It cannot punish deviant souls. So we have the Omni Sin Doctor. The 7D Omni Sin Doctor. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on this line, though. Keep where our income is strong. Because that's going to be my ability to set up more stuff, and we could still add more specializations in there. Or if we have a particular thing that's more problematic, get that sorted. So what are most of you dealing with that you're going over here? Pride. Looks like pride might be our big problem now. Okay. Then Myra's the good place sim. Yeah. Sloth and Pride still to go? Yep. As long as they're not hitting Deviant, I think it's okay to keep that being handled over here as its own. It's honestly Lust that seems to be the one that's got the biggest line going for it right now. Okay, so first objective of punishing the sins is about to finish any second, because those are my actual objectives. Now my other objective is to just populate the overworld. So, which is honestly just basically keep letting it run till they go high enough. Eight out of 5? Yeah, so it's telling me the bus can handle 5 souls at a time, and that there were 8 souls waiting for their turn. And the issue there is if you fall too far behind, then ultimately the souls will come back. I have the money. Why are you on strike?
Would you have a glass of water?
Why did you go on strike?
Yes.
Oh, 5% chance of spontaneously go on strike at noon. Honestly, in this case, well, you're not that far behind. You can have the afternoon. Okay, so one thing we can also do I haven't been doing much of is we can add decorations. Because those doesn't look like those do anything. It's the decorations here, fear, and motivation, which I apparently don't have unlocked yet. Yeah, so it's looking like I might end up needing more ability to handle lust and more ability to handle gluttony. Okay. Cool. We got more of these. And what I'm doing there is we can kind of unlock stuff that sticks forever. So it gives a chance to punish twice as much of each sin. So basically this cures them fast, or does more cure randomly. And so what we're trying to do is make it so that we process them out and get them going out towards being reborn quicker, so they do less passes
The
going
are developing well enough. Plus that corruption stone is making them delightfully nasty. I can't say it's not enjoyable to see them have fun. Let's stay on our guard though. Too much fun could be bad for us.
Okay.
She cannot mean it, can she?
Interesting. So right now you have a chance to give you faith when you go on break, and you'll work time R.
Oh, I would tell them.
Okay, you'll have more work time. Okay. Alterations, movement speed, undermines how fast they can walk. And their holy patience will gradually run out.
Do something wrong?
Alright. Make you work more. Thank you for money. Alright. Yeah, so our current Saint Ruler is causing sloth. Alright. Yeah, trying to... Oh, our Saint is Arc Editor. Cool. So you don't get anything from Saints. They can't be punished and all that. And the idea is you want to wear out their holy patience. So what we can do is... Oh, right. That'll actually work fine. So basically force the Saint to just keep walking through endlessly until they eventually basically break. Alright. So the population is slowly climbing. Oh, we're getting way too many sinners up above. I'm gonna have to upgrade the bus. Work speed faster.
Do a good job.
Okay, so the next upgrade we need to do is we can increase the speed of which we can get people through the bus. Okay, so we've increased the capacity of the bus. Because that's becoming a problem where eventually they'll turn to zombies and start killing other people. If you have two identical specialists, could they share a queue? Yes. Like for Lust here, what I could do is if we wanted to, I could build a second Lust location there, branch it over. If this starts to pick up more, I will do that. One thing to keep in mind is sometimes you'll have your ruler change, and when that happens, like what ends up being the thing that they've got going on will change too. So like you could have a warmonger of a leader, which means you have a lot higher rate of wrath showing up. You can have a slothful leader, which can have a issue of creating a lot more sloth people and stuff like that. So we should gradually be seeing an increase in sloth right now. That said, it doesn't mean you'll get exclusively sloth, but it kind of sets their goals in life, which means it's kind of a delayed from when the ruler takes over to what you experience. Because it'll be the new hummus who are born during that time will have a disposition towards whatever your ruler's stuff is. Yeah, and that's a saint, so we're not getting paid. Oh, we got another person leveled. Okay. No breaks. Alright. So we're getting a bunch of them all leveling at the same time. You should be max level now. Yeah, and I want to say the less sin they have, the more likely they are to become a saint. Which is part of the reason why we're getting so many saints now. So it is a thing that as you do better, it can start making itself harder because you have more of these saints blocking up the works and all that. Like right now we're in a good place that basically if we just keep running the way we're running, it should sort itself out over time. Alright, I'm going to say here that we're probably due for a second Lust place. I was trying to hold that off, but that's definitely... definitely hitting that point. Okay, and let's go over here. Alright, so less break time, movement speed. The information, webbed-footed, recently divorced. Peter Principal Illustrator, owns a fake ID.
Let's see how long I will try.
So that should increase the throughput we can handle. Let's see the throughput we can handle Lust now. And they found our chest. What? Okay. It feels like sometimes you get an entire wave of people on the return line. Is it just probability being weird, or is there mechanics? Yeah, so these are lowering their sin. So if I actually have where sin's gotten a little out of control and a bunch of people died during that time, I can get like waves of people who have more sin or less. Like when we had people who got stuck here, not in the queue, those people acquired a lot of sin. So they're going to take a number of cycles, because when you take them and put them in the places that treat sin, it doesn't fully eliminate it necessarily. It lowers the amount of sin, and it could eliminate it, but there's no guarantees of that. You know, it'll lower it by a certain amount each pass. So if people have way too much sin, it takes like a lot of effort to bring it down. Alright, now we have greed is starting to fall behind. But that's more of a problem of not having a big enough queue. So let's go over here, and delete that spot. Get for the waiting line here. There we go. Alright. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay. It's saying you still have a limit of 5 more. Okay. So I've spent all the hero points I can on the... Oh, I don't physically have them over here. Never mind. So I can spend 5 more hero points for unlocking stuff, and that's the limit for this mission on the campaign, because it can only limit so much meta progression per mission on the campaign. Which makes sense, because you could just join an earlier mission and just grind it out to forever get your hero points and then play the rest of it maxed out. Not just campaign things. And these are probably more people with sloths starting to build up. We're not seeing any deviants for sloths anymore. I'm actually not seeing any deviants at all. Oh, we've got one gluttony deviant. All of these are just regular people.
Yes? Did I do something wrong?
Work time, work speed.
Did I do a good job?
Okay. So one thing to do is get another Omni processing one to help out over here. I hope you're not angry. I'm not. Not sure why I would be. Why are you always on break? Okay, permanent motivation? Sure. And thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Yeah, we only need 13 more people, and then we're done. That's the reason I'm not really changing much, is we're on this home stretch. We've already got the max meta progression we can out of it, so it's really just like, let it run. And as soon as that gets sorted, we'll be good. We do have a lot of souls down here. One thing you can also do is if this line starts getting properly short, I could take some of these ones where they, you know, are dealing with the specialist. I could start diverting them to the general line. Extra failure opportunity. All right. Okay, before we forget, I'm only allowed to do 5 more points worth. Okay, so that's the hero's limit for the mission. I'm not allowed to make any more meta progression on this mission. And that's just with the campaign. It is interesting because when we played the playtest, instead of having the campaign where you got these limits and all these kind of things, the way it actually worked is you would sign up for a level and be like, oh, here's the modifiers that make this map harder and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, the harder ones you chose, the more heroes you could get out of it, and yada yada. So it's weird having the campaign just take a completely different approach to everything, which I think is fine. It makes sense, because like I said, the alternative is you could deliberately delay completing a mission to just milk it for the heroes. And so that makes it so you can't go there.
Chief, I'm reading a huge energy spike coming from the overworld. Is everything okay up there?
That's not energy, that's raw sin.
Oh no! Is that a demon?
Oh, that's it. We're gonna get ripped apart by demons. Or toasted by the chairman if he sees the world like that.
Even if we handle that lone demon, the corruption stone will keep harassing us with more deviants. Our only way to stabilize the situation is to risk destroying the stone, and fast.
And how do we plan to do that, exactly?
I've noticed derelict power shrines. If the hummus could rehabilitate them, we could claim the power they contain to destroy the corruption stone.
While you hunt for these new powers, I hope Mr. Hero will do his job. Time to shine, muscle boy!
Okay.
Our demonic invader has finished summoning his first army. They are headed straight to the temple.
This is getting out of hand. Unless banished back to its plane, that demon will eventually summon more of them. I strongly advise to get things back under control before the chairman comes back. I know firsthand that he's not a big fan of full-scale demonic invasions.
Oh, that's right. That's how you invaded our world in the first place.
It was a long time ago. I was young and ambitious. Let's focus on destroying the stone.
Oop, that was a miss. That's my fault. Okay, well, we beat the crap out of it for a while. Let's see, the Helmu reaches 100 sin, its soul is permanently voided and attracts an extraplanar demon of that sin. Demons passively can corrupt the overworld, and periodically some sin spawns to attack the temple. Destroy the corruption stone. That's probably not what you want to see. I'm just gonna go ahead and, though... Where are you at? The military's on their way. Why am I not seeing that icon on here to mute it so it doesn't keep popping? Ah, it's fine, whatever. Use the stone wrong? No? No, it was telling me I needed to destroy the stone, so we beat the crap out of the stone for a while, and that probably brought on a pretty big wave of sin to be released, because every time you hit it, it releases extra sin. And so the idea is I need to keep wailing on that sin stone until the sin stone is destroyed.
So I'm confused. Where do demons come from again?
Easy. When humus have too much of one sin in their belly, they transform into a demon of that sin.
What? No. When a Humu's belly gets overweighted with too much of the same sin, it collapses on itself, a bit like a tiny black hole. It creates an extraplanar rift that beckons us, demons, to cross from our plane to yours. Simple.
Okay. And why do they cross? Why did you cross?
I come from the plane of lust. And believe me or not, things got dull after a while. People there are born lusty and pretty perverted. There's no one to tempt and corrupt when everyone's already giving their best in that department. No, really, the fun is very much on this side of the fence.
You can do this.
Okay.
Now, where did I
Got another
put that
person who can
file?
handle processing. Permanent motivation
Just
bonus.
when I thought I couldn't get any better.
All right. Yeah, so pretty much we're just waiting for these spells will keep building up. Okay, I guess I gotta turn those back on. I was under the impression it was auto-collecting those. Because me just needing to constantly click on something, not exactly my favorite. But let's... Not you, you. Okay. Okay. So all these are giving me spells I can throw at it. So basically I wasn't using the good spells, I was using the spells I had a bunch of laying around. When killing hostiles, soldiers earn experience and may eventually level up to veterans and champions. Higher tier soldiers have better stats and special attacks. Soldiers who work in a barrack will they'll form war bands to conquer points of interest or defend the population. As they often witness death, soldiers are more exposed to wrath. Right, so where... There's the stone. Hell Tunes summons a flute which attracts awe to all entities. Let's see. A single click leaves the flute in place for a moderate amount of time. Holding click will keep the flute alive, makes it follow the cursor, attracting. That's fine. Alright. So just need to keep damaging that thing. This gives Hell-themed Alchemy Factory vibes with some extra gimmicks. Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna do here... Probably not yet, but if we see that line get, like, properly full, we will switch it so only Lust Deviants go up here, and regular Lust will get fed into the common line. We can adjust it as we need. Surprisingly, with all the fighting going on, we're not getting that many people who have Wrath particularly high. Alright. Okay, we're just waiting for a little bit more spells. Angband Camper. Okay, so you're agoraphobic. Means you take less breaks.
Did I do a good job?
Meanwhile, let's go back up here. Ah, crap. Enemies marching on the temple. Okay, beat them up as much as I could with my wind. I think that mostly just spread them out. Didn't seem to actually do meaningful damage to them. And then the rule is if the temple falls, it's game over. Alright.
Did I do a good job?
Things are holding up relatively okay down here. They're getting a little backed up, which is a problem. But with the population continuing to increase, we're just hoping for the best. Okay, we've got our rangers moving around doing their best. Yeah, so it's damaged. Yeah, throw stuff at it to destroy it. We just gotta wait for that to come into play. Alright, so what can we do here? Yeah, so I did break up the group by a lot. Oh, that's not great. Immediately having one of the few soldiers here die. Okay.
Ugh, textbook harassment.
Permanent motivation increase.
Nailed it.
I have got to get these these saints dealt with. Granted, the saints, this arc editor, the saints' patience has been slowly going down. Like, it does seem to recover sometimes, but it was way higher. It is going to slowly wear it out. We're gonna have to get this sorted soon. So I can do here. We're gonna get more of them over to the general care kind of stuff. Sure, you are only one as options. Welcome aboard. Okay, so right now, lusts. So it's lust and gluttony are the ones that are falling the most behind. So we're going to change your rules real quick and only say if you're a status of deviant or lust, you can go over there. Oh, that wasn't the one we were looking for. Of greed. And same here, we're checking to see if you are a status deviant or lust. Okay. So basically we're gonna make sure those can like wear down. Oh, greed wasn't the one I needed. It was gluttony. So let's go to you. Status. Deviant. Gluttony apply. Okay. So basically we're going to start routing more of them over here. And then the hope would be that with this many going over here, they can absorb the extra. Thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I do really appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream and you open, you know, all that good stuff. But thank you so much for the support and all that. Means a whole heck of a lot. Okay, so they did repel the attack. I need more spells to throw at it. We are getting some critical failures deleting souls. Okay. Yep, so we're gonna let those continue to process until they start working their way down. Otherwise, we're just waiting here for our spells to, give me some more uses. You're sending another attack. New Aspirant King.
Oh, you scared me. Let's celebrate.
Okay. So you're doing that. Let's get rid of the Corruption Stone. That one there might not actually be working at this. Oh my god, please stop doing that. Industrial Mogul coordinated. So this person, as the ruler, is going to be a gatherer, a merchant, and a builder, and luckily they're not going to deprioritize military, they're just not going to prioritize it. That's okay. I need something that can slam into this more. Okay, so let's check here. So we're only checking for Deviance of Greed, so we change that back to highest sin of greed. Let's take some of the greed ones and put them back in that specialist line. It's weird that some of those seem to be going through that and some of them don't. Okay, we're continuing to bang on those. All right. They continue to do their best. So that's now actively on fire and spreading. Not sure what to make of that. Cool, I guess. Maybe it's because I slapped with a big fireball. It's probably fine. Or not. I don't really know. Okay, keep getting the people through here. Okay, we need to change this up again. You will take any with the highest sin gluttony. And any with the highest sin of lust. Start deviating them all this way, man. Line's full. Yeah, so Saints on the rise. 26, 13% of hummus are currently Saints. Saints cannot be treated in hell. Do not provide income, do not participate in birth rate, and are weaker overall. To break Saints, you must keep them in waiting lines or expose them to employee failures. Oh, believe me, we have waiting lines. All right. So one of the problems here is I have just the one booth here. I think I might need to go and get thing. So break the subject. The British gentleman cues. Yeah, it's just the idea is you wear them out over time. Got another wave going. We do have a lot of people that have critical failures, and those critical failures are deleting souls. But the hummus are reproducing way faster than that's able to possibly mitigate. Okay. It's like 1 in 10 people that person's effectively deleting them. Oh, right, yeah. You have envy. Is yours strictly... Ah, yours, we need to change that. We should have had that changed a while ago. Add or highest sin equals envy. Apply. Get in that line. You're hearing all the critical failures. Just one after the other. They're trying to use the critical failures to mitigate the population increase.
It's already faltering. Ah, you did it. You broke the stone.
Okay.
Is that a sin storm?
Maybe someone should tell them not to stay there?
Oh crap, Muscle Boy lost it!
Okay.
People work done.
You are now officially and absolutely permanently our new Hell Incorporated What the hell happened here? You blew the stone, didn't you?
We can explain. We had to.
I won't hear it! I leave you guys alone for a second. And look at this mess! I'm booking a disciplinary interview. You two are expected to attend. Clean up the bloody mess. I'm out of here. Yeah!
Okay. Alright, so this is going to be a mess. It does look like they're winning gradually. A heavily modified armed Humu, agent of the HIA. Best to keep him on the good side. I mean, it looks like they're just winning on their own. Because I think the archers are doing most of the damage. So you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yep. Run, you fools! Okay, I don't know what's going on with them, but they're stunning it. I'm assuming one of them's like a veteran or whatever. Oh, right. In the meantime, we have a group of demons coming after...
Bloody well done, Chief. Oh, things can go back to normal now.
Administrator, disciplinary interview is a cute name, but it's no slap on the wrist. It's his corpo talk to exile people from creation itself, just like he did to Lou. Trust me, it does not bode well, in the most lethal and unforgiving type of way. But please, please, please don't fully hate on me just yet. Let's have a talk first, off-world.
Before we depart, could we scoop up that Humu Adam? I want to study him. Maybe he will yield interesting results.
Oh, now that's a very good idea.
Wait, what? Muscle Boy? Ha! Come on. We don't need him.
Said to scoop him up, but I don't see how to even do that. Okay. Alright, so we did complete that one. I may know how to dodge that disciplinary interview. You have to trust me on this. Alright, bear with me. We're in an ad break. I'm going to quickly pop over and use the restroom. I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, so let's see what the next one holds for us. I'm assuming we're gonna get a bunch of dialogue here. Remember that clip? Yep, so clueless. Lily might have an idea to have you both dodge the incoming disciplinary interview and the doom that comes with it. Alright. Let me guess, it'll be a planet that was completely ruined already? And now we're gonna, like, de-scuff it?
Yes, yes, I've been naughty. I shouldn't have advised you to blow up that stone. Are you going to spank me? No? Okay, maybe you're not in the playing mood. Look, I assure you I didn't know it would explode. For what it's worth, I'm sorry you have to pay for my lack of judgment. I can only explain such a drastic reaction from him by a blooming paranoia. After all, he got betrayed by the last administrator. Oh well, he's not taking his chances anymore and pulled the trigger on us at the first sign of trouble. So, we're in the same boat now, and I might have a plan to repair my mistake. Listen, the chairman is a really busy entity, and as such, there might be quite a bit of time between now and the actual interview. Time that we can leverage to move pieces on the chessboard? I know Lou had found a loophole that would allow him to dodge the disciplinary interview altogether, but he ran out of time to use what he discovered. If we find him, we can learn his plan and dodge our own exile. And I might know just where to start looking. Oh, come on. I know you have your doubts, but this plan is all we have. So cheer up. I will try to make it enjoyable along the way, I promise.
Hey, Snow Scroll, how's it going? Thank you, Alpha Stitch, for the 90 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Can we get a shout out for Snow Scroll and our fantastic content creator on the platform that I highly recommend checking out? And I'll wait to like get all the dialogue kicking in until that goes on. Playing some Project Zomboid recently and all that stuff. So if you enjoy Project Zomboid, you can find it over there with Snow Scroll. But no, it's good to have you. Alright, we're gonna get bombarded by a bunch more dialogue again, so bear with it.
Larry, we've been through this before. Don't you listen?
Wait a second. There's one last thing I don't quite get. I understand why the administrator would get exiled by the chairman. That is how an angel should be handled, right? But you're a demon. Why isn't the chairman just smiting you down or something?
Oh, you worry about me. Larry, a demon can only be cast back to his home plane, far, far away. So if he wants to punish me, exile is the best way.
So if he did smite you, you wouldn't, die?
Death is just another path. The red fire curtain of this hell rolls back, and all turns to black. A tunnel of nothingness. And then, you see it.
Oh, what, Lily? See what?
A far, pink country. Pecker-shaped skyscrapers towering above boob-shaped hills. Ganora, the capital city of the Plain of Lust, is ready to embrace you anew.
Huh, that isn't so bad.
No, it isn't. Yet, I'm happier here. Even if I get homesick sometimes, I still want to stick around.
Alright. Yeah, no, they have Larry as kind of the, like, handyman goof person who tries to get out of work as much as possible. And Lily is Lilith, who is a succubus. Yeah, no, they're all fun characters in their own different personalities.
Hey there! Need a hand with that?
I don't. What do you know about administration anyway?
Administration? Nothing. But this here's a flamethrower, and I'm the handyman. I figured my hand could come in, well, handy. I've fixed my share of broken fuel pipes in my career.
I'm sure you've broken many more. And the fuel duct is fine on this one. It's just that
The ignition is stuck. There, fixed it. I told you, I didn't need any help.
Impressive, my lady. The paperwork, pipework? Yeah, is there anything you can't do? If you want, I know a water valve that needs tuning. It's right up near my room.
I'm sure you know how to tune it yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a good handyman, would ya?
I do. It's just more fun when in good company. See what I mean?
Fine. Show me the valve. And that better be an actual valve. I'm bringing the flamethrower in case you try something funny.
I won't. I would never. Oh, come on now. Who do you think I am? So, tell me, babe. You ever been to a valve turning date?
Ugh.
Okay.
What's all the ruckus?
We need to file paperwork for that guy, Muscle Boy, as Larry calls him. I couldn't find anything related to a Humu being part of the staff. I don't even know if we're allowed to have him on the team.
Adam is not technically working here. In fact, we could just label him as experimental subject. That should be okay.
We could, except we won't. Like you said, he's not working here. He can't stay.
What you need is a declaration of ownership from Heaven Co. Look, like this one. I can fill it out for you. It's a simple juridic boilerplate, giving us the right to hold him until I finish my research. Officially, hummus can be judged as employees' property for the purpose of science.
Where did you get that? Even I can't file Heaven Co's paperwork that quickly.
I made it. I always have some ready, just in case. In my line of work, you often have to improvise. Otherwise, you can't get anything done. The law can be surprisingly discouraging towards innovation.
You really made this, Rupert? You managed to forge a Heaven Co seal.
Yes, I did. Sorry.
Ah, so that's how you did it.
How I did what?
Nothing, Mr. PhD.
Okay, yeah, no, Rupert's a fun one as well. He likes to get caught up in the science on the hummus. Alright, so we're scheduled for disciplinary interview alongside with Lily the Exile. Lily, Exile is just around the corner. Luckily, the Queen of Lust might have a plan to avoid that fate. The two of you will find the whereabouts of Lou, the last administrator. So we need to find a clue about Lou's exile. We need to survive the dangers of the night. And we need to... I mean, we'll see how this goes.
The best place to start is the world where his disciplinary interview took place. But stay on your guard. Something feels off around here.
Alright.
I wasn't there to assist Lou when he got through his final interview. I wish I had been. There must be something left behind that could tell us of his whereabouts. Something or someone. This is our chance. He must have seen or heard something. Let's introduce ourselves. Hello there.
What? Who troubles my sleep?
You are in the presence of the new administrator of Hell Inc. As for myself, I am his chief of staff and will be your...
Lily? Is that you?
In the flesh. Are we acquainted?
Wait, you're only chief of staff now? You?
I don't get it. Why is that funny?
Shush! Listen.
Ahem.
It's me, Kratz. I actually invaded this plane while you were administrator of Hell Inc.
No need to linger on the past. We came here for...
It does make sense now. You fucked up in a pretty major way back then. Demons popping up left and right like crazy. I can only assume the chairman punished you by docking you to that position of servitude.
Ah, serves you right.
Even in that position, I can still give you excruciating pain, Grox. Or you shut up so that we can work together.
All right, I thought you liked to be teased. Come to me then, Queen of Lust, and we shall talk.
Okay.
Ooh, we should claim the lands on the way to Grox. I'm sure he knows something.
Alright. Unlock your first hell expansion. Okay, so this is where everyone's arriving in. We have the Omni Dr. Sin 1 and 2. And then this is configured to just shove people to the right. Is it? What is your setup here, man? Rules. Okay, so if there is Saint or they give Hero, we're putting them out on B. Otherwise, we default to C. So pretty much everyone goes over here. They split this way and this way. And then if they would give me hero coins, they go on. Otherwise, they go right back and just loop around there. All right. Let's see. Corrupts Field. Souls that walk across it will gain 1 sin each time. So they just wiggled through that without going through it. And then meanwhile, we got to get to this thing. You can unlock new areas of hell you need to build from our space using the Purga dollars. Increase as you get more. So objectives to unlock all areas. Okay. So before we get ourselves in trouble with that, we have you two here. We don't have any deviants that I'm aware of yet. But this is an interesting setup over here. So the idea is I could go over here and split that. Now the downside, the problem I'm going to have with here is by the fact that there's no weight line, it will gradually build up sin. But interestingly enough, having this loop around here, the people leaving here should go back in. I can work with this. So let's rip up that real fast. And there's going to be a bit of a mess here. Get the waiting booth, and we're going to put it here. I'm going to hit the wrong buttons like you do every single time. Okay. And then we just need to add a staff member to work that booth. So we've got someone who gains extra experience, likes to have shampoo in her eyes, and bathes herself with man tears. Fair enough. We got Tiffany Smug, who will randomly, or will give us hero coins when she goes on protest, works slower, sarcastically mimics souls in front of them. We got Paige Razortail, who will purge the highest sins from deviant souls at 5%, but causes a potential failure, which I still find interesting to be on the secretary, because they can't do any of those things. Hates people whose IDs start, or whose names start with D, enjoys picking on beggars. So it's going to be the one who bathes themselves in man tears is who we're bringing on.
Serving others is always a pleasure.
Okay. And then we've already got staff here and here. And we don't have a break room. Let's sort that out. And we'll grab the Imp Road, so only Imps can go this way. Alright, meanwhile, let's take a look at what we got on the surface. So I'm noticing that there is destroyed stuff everywhere. And that they have like all these fortifications and all that. Then inclines me to think there's a lot of combat stuff going on up here. Got chests and get free goodies out of. So it gave us free heroes. Love to see it. Just take a peek around here real fast. Interesting setup. So where's my actual castle up here? Okay, so you're there. That's fine. Alright. So it's interesting that they're literally just passing through the ones that can be heroed immediately. I didn't think to do that. But this is actually not a bad setup, because with this here, what it can ultimately do is just keep expanding over here for just non-deviant sinners. And then as we get deviant sinners, we can start putting them over on this side. And it's ultimately one of those things that they mentioned the saints. That waiting in line is a thing that causes them problems, or to cause them to break sainthood or whatever. I could see a deliberate thing to make a decision to have the saint just be stuck in a line that is unreasonably slow. Okay, so where do we want to apply our money on this one? Let's see, make unleashed demons weaker by reducing their magical resistance and the damage they inflict in combat. Also reduce the strength of sin vulnerability they cause in the hummus population. Well, we hopefully don't need to deal with that. We can continue to make it so we get more money for punishing the sinners. It'd also be good to potentially get all these and then get the 7D Omni Doctor. But I'm assuming that's just a better version of the Omni Doctor. Okay. I'm guessing it's going to make me buy all the terrain first. Administrator's Museum. Derelict buildings come free with their Hell expansion.
The foulest stench is in the air. The curse of this dead world awakens, and zany zombies from every swamp are closing in to bring our doom.
Larry, that's pretty good. I didn't know you did gothic poetry.
Poetry? You look at Larry and think poetry? Nah, babe. Poetry's for dorks. I'm merely describing what's happening, Toots. Seems to me our presence has awakened some kind of curse or something.
Ugh, forget it.
Administrator, do not panic, but it seems we're about to have a zombie apocalypse on our hands. Hold tight for a bloodbath.
They're going for the temple. This is it. Oh man, we're so done for.
Not if I have something to say about it.
Rupert!
Activate Project Doom. Engage hostiles. Fire at will.
What the hell did you do to Muscle Boy, Rupert? That beast is unstoppable.
A little side project of mine. I helped him stabilize the copious amount of sins he absorbed, outfitted him, and voila!
Oh my, Rupert. You're full of surprises. I like that.
Derelict buildings come for free in their Hell expansion. They cannot be destroyed or moved. To activate derelict building connected with roads, you don't need to own the corresponding technology in the Libra Astrarium to use derelict buildings. Got it. Interesting. Okay, so that is not what I was anticipating. So he does have limited health, so it's going to be possible that eventually we'll start getting overrun, and I will need to help our buddy there using our spells and all that. But we'll see what happens there. All right. So in the meantime, though, it said if we connect that with a road, we get whatever its benefit is. This building does not require an imp to operate. But what do? Imp's capacity, imps on break, faith, boosts effects. Okay, so where is my nearest anything? Alright, so what are you? So you're an administrator's museum. Let's see if we can't find that in the list up here. Also, give me more money. Administrator's Museum. Ah, Healing Rain, that could be worthwhile. Administrator's Museum. Employees taking a break in this building generate faith coins, however their break duration is not reduced. So that's going to do me no good right now, because that thing might as well be on the other side of the universe compared to everything else we've got here. But that's okay for the time being. So the next one's 5,000. So let's not get ourselves... Yeah, so it might be worth getting the healing thing, because now he doesn't have like 3,000 health or whatever it was. He's got less. Gotcha, and unfortunately he does have limited ammo from the looks of it. Alright. And so our current leader is a heartfelt humanist. So we'll give more doctors, merchants, and priests, but reduced combat people. So that's not amazing. We'll have an increased frequency of hedonism, which means people are more prone to lust. They'll reinforce their buildings, making them sturdier. And they will... Basically, they'll have a ability to survive much better just in general. So we've got a power shrine available for lightning. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything for me to interact with in the swamps. So it does seem like the idea is when the zombies start coming, just find the biggest group of them, drop some lightning or whatever I got on them to help out. Okay.
Oh, we've made it through the night. But the zombies will come back. We best be prepared to assist them. Let's not try to linger too long on this world and get a move on. We need to find a clue about Lou's exile.
Alright, so right now, we can just keep letting that run. Until we start getting some deviants, this is fine. Or until this line starts falling behind. If the line does fall behind, we just make a road that skips across, put more Omni, whatever. Loop them back around here. Because this seems like it'll work off just fine. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. This line, the way it is here, it seems like they'll queue up here, and then as needed, they'll go that way. And then this loops them around. And I think the reason this will end up working is because it's kind of intersecting in front here. They'll automatically just keep looping within here while the others wait. I could run into a situation where we do end up having like 2 people pile up in there, but if it's only 2 or 3, I think that's fine. We'll see. If we have to adjust it later, we can. Come on, finish the wolves off. Cool. And with that, they should be able to finish off that warg's nest. Okay. That's a pretty brazen use of my faith coins, but I think they'll be good. Meanwhile, you'll all have gained some wrath from seeing each other die. What's the next thing I want to get out of here? Because we can continue to get money, and honestly for this one the money probably is what we want, because it seems like my progression here, all of that is cash. Okay, and you're about to be destroyed, and we might get a chest out of that. I'm curious if they're able to knock back the zombies enough that we can get a foothold to start countering them. Alright, so unfortunately it's not going to give us any reward for that, but that's fine. We still got rid of a threat, so it's at least something. Okay. We'll fast forward for a minute. So one thing we could potentially do is see about upgrading some of those break rooms as well. Yeah, so all those are unavailable right now.
Time to play Whack-a-Zombie, Chief. Show us what you got.
Took the camera from me.
Finally, kindred scientific minds. The hummus doctors. They have a very keen understanding of the hummus biology. Notice that they can't read, so it's not abundantly clear to me how one can learn medicine without words.
I can't read either. Never bothered me.
Still, they cure diseases, dissolve the dead, and heal injured hummus. So, no matter how they learn, it works.
Okay. So my hope is that you're going to get healing between these. Don't light yourselves on fire. Well, not the smartest. That's fine. Let's go back down underground. Because I'm hoping we can get the healing rain spell as well. Use that to keep him in the fight. Because that's, okay, that's fine. I already got it, apparently. What it's going to say is it's going to check the price on it, but I clicked, and then it happened. So recommended technology. Improves the various effective spells. Lets you have more of them. I'm actually leaning towards is being able to do stuff better with my existing staff. This building reduces the total upkeep due at dawn for each work cycle. Upkeep reduction resets at dawn. Don't think I care about any of those. Those are probably nothing. Synchrontron, whatever. Synchrontron or something, I can't read it. Let's see, the building that will lock a specific sin, we don't want that. This just lets us get more in here, that's not important for us right now. These will help us when we get people going on with the harder stuff there. That gives us more money. A humanitarian foundation. This building sends food and materials to the overworld to help hummus get by. When dropped in hummus stockpile, the resources gain influence around. We can make minor fear and all the one. That'll help us move people around. We can add zap to our spell, so we won't worry about those. Alright, so I think we continue to go for the money, at least in the short term.
The onslaught is over. For now.
Okay, meanwhile...
Halfway there. You know, if being an administrator ends up not working, you could always become a real estate agent at that point.
Alright. Yes, the population should slowly climb. At which point, then we'll need to expand this, and eventually we'll start getting deviants. Imagining this map, we're going to probably deal with a lot of, Wrath deviants, and then because of our leader, we might also be getting some Lust deviants. My assumption is we want to push to try and unlock the territory as fast as we can to reach this thing. Because it looks like I gotta open this tile, then this tile, and then we'll get that one. I just don't have a need for any more space right now. Oh, you gained a level. Okay, so you have more experience gained. Alright, so you'll work harder. Okay. This should also help break sainthood just because of that. Let's see, are souls a closed water cycle, reincarnations, or new ones as well? Yeah, so it's a closed loop to begin with, but you do have where it injects more from the births of more people. So like when one of these goes back up, it reappears. But there's also separately births. So you are at a gradual net gain, but it is also something that there can be a reduction as well. When you have a critical failure on treatment, it does eliminate that soul, it voids them out, or if they become a demon, they get voided out, or if you throw them off the side of the world, they get voided out.
Sun going down. It's not good for the hummus, and for us.
Alright.
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho! What is that smell?
It appears one of the hummus bodies is rotting away. Either that, or you are flatulating too much.
Hey, no! This time it's not me! Wait, are you winding me up, Rupert? You wanna go to war, buddy? Huh? What's it gonna be?
I do not do that sort of thing.
Too bad. That would have been entertaining. Oh, jokes aside, Administrator, it is a good habit not to overflow the cemetery with souls. If that happens for any reason, they will accrue too much soul rot over time. When they do, their body becomes a disease carrier, and they might even come back as a zombie.
Okay. Don't do that. Well, that was certainly a choice. All right. So he did win the battle, but he's getting pretty badly hurt. We're gonna keep using the healing on him to try and keep him alive as best we can. But that's not really... Oh, right. We're not getting coins here. Alright, hang on. We need to make an adjustment to this nonsense. So let's go over here to the Hell Pet Show. I just realized we're literally not gaining faith coins hardly at all. I need to set you to have a crossing. Okay. So that'll increase the throughput there, so let's go ahead and get ourselves you. So you have a chance of giving... So yeah, you'll give me a chance of getting hero stuff on break. You can give me money every time you mess up. Huh. Kevin Dream waxes his mustache, has a succubus waifu. We have Steven Hammer. who always carries Firecracker's elevated catcalling to an art form. Okay. Cool, I guess.
You just had joy.
Sure. Why not? Meanwhile, get back down here. Half of these are basically friendly fire from the guy and his grenades.
Oh, the sun is rising. We're good for now.
All right. And immediately a critical failure. Oh, no, it's just a regular failure, not a critical one. So it gave you a lot of gluttony. Okay, so we've got our first deviant, which we knew was going to come sooner or later. There's not a ton of space to work over here. We can make this work. Alright, so let's go over here. So we are going to want treatment. And our first deviant is pride. Let's go ahead and get... I don't have it. We're going to wait till we have 5, and then I'll get the thing for handling pride. And then, like I said, I will divert the deviants over here and just have them get processed over there. So be basically just trying to break deviants. Okay, that is enough to go here. Prideologist. We can tuck you way down here. No, actually. Okay, there's Pride. So go over here, and for A, create rule, statuses, and just deviant in general. Any sin deviant, you get put over here. From here, we're gonna go ahead and put a booth. Cool. Okay. And then we'll need someone to treat you. So I've got you, or you have a chance to give me a hero coin or a chance of failure. You gain experience. Undecipherable handwriting. Perfect. That's the kind of doctor we need here.
Work.
And as far as you go, you'll gain... When you go on strike, you have a chance to give me hero stuff, and you have a chance of critical failure. It's gonna be you.
Of course. Okay.
Alright, so any deviants will go over here. And what we'll probably end up doing later is as we get more deviants, I'll like rotate that around, put the next one here, and start using the gates here to route them where I need them. And we got that just in time. There's the Prideful Deviant. And honestly, for right now, we can go ahead and create an
I can hear them. They're coming for the temple. We have to assist the hummus.
Yeah, also send all the Pride ones over there as well. Okay, meanwhile, let's go back up top. So I only got 30. Oh, also, so you have movement speed, plus 100 XP given to employees met in the rest rooms, break rooms. Alright.
Are you sure I fit in?
Cast Lightning Bolt on the ground, which effect depends on the target aimed. Click an alive entity to inflict damage, which can bounce to nearby targets. Click a Den Humbu to bring them back to life after 3 hits. So I dropped the heal and I zapped him with lightning as best we could. Okay, we've got another Saint. That's not going great. Okay. Not gonna be able to keep him alive much longer, I don't think. Alright, so let's go down here. So one thing I'm thinking for handling the Saints is don't pass them through. Ignore this answer. Because what I'm thinking we can do is make the Saint wait through the whole line, and then just have a splitter here somewhere that then tells the Saint to go back in line. The problem is, how would I do that? Because we put the splitter here, you're just going to pass them through the splitter as fast as you can. So I'm not as worried about the money, so let's go ahead and go here and remove that rule. So do we deliberately just keep the Saints going into the line with everyone else? We won't get paid or get anything from them, but
Survived another night.
we're gonna make them drag out this line as much as possible. Alright, so we got the money from that one. What is my next tile upgrade I need to get? It's 7,500, right? I mean, actually with this one, so it's kind of a 50-50. So I could get more of the Omni places to get us money faster, or I could get these for getting energy faster. And there's definitely an argument for either scenario.
It's gonna be alright, Chief.
Try and use that to help me get more of the faith coins. Gives money when poked with a fork. Permanent motivation increase. Experience gain.
Let's go, girl.
Alright. I'm definitely gonna need a lot more faith. Because you are dying rapidly. We might be able to get him through one more fight unless I can get a lot of healing during this day. Alright. Okay. Okay. So where are you at? Please never moan like that again. Okay, a single click leaves in place for a short time. Holding it will cause it... It follows. In addition to healing, the rain does douse fire and cure disease. I don't think we're going to be able to heal enough to make it mean anything. Alright, so we're almost at the point of getting more money coming in. You're thinking the same? Yeah, and I was just like, please don't do that.
The night is falling again. Best prepare our defenses.
Yeah, they're increasing the number of zombies each night. So I'm kind of expecting our hero here will fall tonight. Healed him up another like 20-something hit points, but gonna be honest, my expectation on his survival is pretty slim. He is also out of bullets and grenades, so it's gonna be melee from here. So I'm gonna need you all archers who all ran ahead to go get yourselves killed. I'm gonna need you to cover all of this. He's still working his way down, is just going to completely miss the entire thing. In hindsight, what I should be doing is, as these zombies are working their way up the mountain, just shove them all off the mountainside. So I wonder when he dies, if he'll go down below and then we can bring him back. Because there's no saving him on this one. Saints are on the rise. They're being completely overrun rapidly. Come on, one more point of mana for Faith. You did your job, son. I think they're trying to group back up. Like we got a handful of archers at the top of the hill, raining arrows down.
Finally, night is over.
Okay. Insame Libidaris Natalis coordinated. The King Osman Foul Breath has switched from a heartfelt humanist to a libidinous natalist after turning into a lust deviant. Cool. So what does that even mean? They're going to focus on harvesting and doctors at the detriment of literally everything else. All we need is love. Let's have massive public orgies. Who's with me? That's not what we need right now. Do you want a very militant person? I could go for a very militant person right now. We are facing a zombie apocalypse. I don't believe this is the time for a lot of that stuff. Why are they all falling over there? Chucking back down the ramp. The archers are doing their best. Okay, we did technically survive all that. All right. Okay, so
I did something right at last.
You're getting a couple that are starting to back up because they're doing their laps around here. This might be time to not have that loop here. Let's see what we can do to loop it elsewhere. Because as they're standing out here not in line, they are gradually gaining sin. Okay, meanwhile, let's look at this. Alright, so we need 25. We did get enough here to be able to unlock the next tile. So that's 10,000, and that's probably going to be 1250. Okay. Okay, they are getting themselves sorted little by little. So it won't be too much longer before we're going to need to expand that. We did set you, yeah, for anyone who's got sloth up there. Alright, so we're starting to get Deviants of Lust. So we're going to want to get that sorted. So let's go ahead and get that figured out. So we'll go right over here. Get our treatment. 1 second. Let's not do that. Let's wait till the night's over so I actually have the money for it. Alright. The other bar, so it looks like you do get him back. Yeah, I don't think we survive the night, though. I'm going to try and save up our energy and use it just keep throwing them off the cliff. I'm hoping our archers will stay up here. Because if our archers stay up here and fight from up here, I can just keep throwing them off the cliff again and again. The zombies, I mean. But if they run down there like they keep doing and going and fighting them at the base of the cliff, I don't get the damage from chucking them off the cliff that much anyways. Okay, with this... Alright, so we maximized our profit from treating souls. We are getting a decent number of faith coins.
Uh-oh! Zombies are coming back. Brace for impact!
Don't run out to meet them. Stay up there. Why are the rangers so dumb? Go back up the hill. Stay up here. Okay, so we got money for it. Right there, it's just one archer. I don't think it would do much to protect the one archer by themselves. That archer might tie them up enough to group them up for lightning. Or those fall over dead in seconds. I guess that's an option too. All right. I need them to group up so when I huck them over, I can huck them over as like one large group. They're destroying stuff so fast. You're gonna have to handle those on your own. I'm doing what I can to help. That wasn't a very good use of it. Got 47 people, I guess? Okay, I'm trying to make it so only like 2 or so get past, so the archers can dispatch them before they can get anywhere. Let's try not to spend too much faith coin, because I need... That's what I got. We're all out. They need to hold on their own. Go just a little longer, I might be able to get enough for one more cast. Okay, I think they've got it. Alright, let's go checking things down below. We still don't have the deviant there. Okay. So what we're probably gonna need to do is get a place for lust set up. Well, let's wait until we actually have a deviant down. Well, no, because if we have a deviant get into this loop, they won't be able to get back out of the loop without me changing things. There's... I'm not sure... I'm willing to bet this means that it'll, like, loop around and just waste time. I have a really good way of resolving that, because I could split it off to go the others, but then the wait line is on the wrong side. Hey, Tig, how's it going? So that's a reason why I'm concerned about that, is we have the wait line on the wrong side of that. Let's see.
I hope I am totally ready for this.
Because always a suspector just could keep tossing them over. We'll see. It'll be 50-50 if it guesses the right lane to put them in. That's terrible. Let's not do that way. So let's go here. We delete these 2 rows. We're gonna move you back there to make room. And then we're going to go here and have the little splitter. Grab you. Just in case anything gets messed up. So your fallback is A. That's good. If you are a... Your highest sin is lust. You go that way. And then you are pride. Oh, I didn't save it. Alright, so highest sin is pride, apply. Highest sin is lust, apply. And then I'll loop them back over here to reevaluate them if they need to go back through. Because my concern here is that this is just going to dump them in that as fast as it can, and it's going to completely not work. Oh, also... Or if your highest sin is lust. Yeah, because I suspect that's what's going to happen here, and that the key would need to be in front of those, not the way where it is now. Meanwhile, motivation, experience, does fear after treatment. There's more motivation. Alright, so now we'll see. Does it just...
Sun going down. It's not good for the hummus, and for us.
Okay. So unfortunately, we don't have the lightning, we don't have the hero guy, and they're not grouped up. All of which is really bad. So chuck him down the hill to try and help. Doing what we can. Wait for them to kind of reach the top of the hill and then throw them back down the hill. Just keep trying to repeat that until hopefully things work out. Meanwhile, you have a chance of receiving stuff or breaking.
Somebody get some water, 'cause I'm...
Alright. You're gonna have to hold all by yourself, little ranger. You're getting too spread out. Can't keep this up very long. The good news is the fall does damage them. Oh good, more archer support right behind him. Okay. We should be able to pop down into hell and buy the next section of land. And most of these are probably on the brink of death just from me chucking them down the hill again and again. That's weird. They're all going back down the hill? Oh, they're rallying. That's unfortunate, because it does mean our people are going to run down the hill, so I won't be able to chuck them as far and do as much damage. Okay, most of them are already dead. They'll just have to handle the rest themselves. Okay, so with that, we can go get ourselves oriented correctly. Okay, so that's 12,500, that'll do that. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So, because of where this isn't going to work. Let's go ahead and get that and not be that cursed. And I force them to appear back there. So with this in mind then, no longer separate them if they have a high one. You only separate them if they're deviant. Everyone else goes in the main line. Meanwhile, for 10, we don't care about the demons. And we're going to save up for this, which makes it so my Omni Doctors can be upgraded. Alright. I mean, now we're setting it back to actual deviants. You know what? I'm just gonna get rid of that spawn entirely. Okay, so create a rule here where if they are a deviant and their deviant type is pride, you go that way. And your deviant type is lust, you go this way. Okay, so that's the deviant path, this is the non-deviant path. How'd you find Oceaneers? It was fun. It definitely feels early access, like there needs a little bit more time to cook, but I liked what was there. So it's definitely one of those things I like. I like that it is a finishable game despite being early access, but it definitely felt like it needed a little bit more time in the oven, all that, kind of waiting for the unlocks to be available kind of thing. Because it felt like it's also a little bit on the slow side, but that also could have been how I was playing. I don't think it's a bad game. I would definitely potentially circle back to check it out when it is, you know, more done. Okay, so you should be back soon, which we desperately need you.
The night is falling again. Best prepare our defense.
I'm being bold.
What do you want, Queen of Lust?
I know you have witnessed Lou being exiled. We want to find the fringe world that's holding him captive.
Ooh, interesting. It just so happens that I might have, in my possession, the very document that was handed to him to declare his exile. It will cost you, however.
We'll pay, in the only currency your type appreciates. Souls.
Yes, yes! Feed me deviant souls like I've never fed before, and I shall share everything you want.
Can we get a shout out for both Treacle and Ultrasaurus? Both fantastic content creators and all that stuff. Definitely check them out. Alright, so you remember all that stuff I was saying about, you know, sending the deviant souls over here and all that kind of stuff? You can just go ahead and forget any of that, because none of that's happening anymore. So we're going to go ahead and take these all back. We're going to grab all of this. Okay. Actually, hold that thought. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Let's actually take this off the agenda for right now. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Very good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Actually, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, so we can take you all the way over here. What'd be the easiest way? Man, I gotta really go out of my way to get the Deviant Souls over there. Alright, but we need to get through the night. Let's deal with the zombie invasion. Sadly, no lightning for me right now. And of course, our archers are dumb and are running straight out into the zombie horde versus staying on the high ground. Good job, team. Okay, so my job here is just to hold him. The hero guy's back up, so he's going to work his way over here. So I just need to hold these and do as much damage to them as possible. Oh, if they're going to all stay grouped up like that, that might work extremely well. Because what I could probably do then is send them all sailing off the cliff for even more damage and delay. Okay, what is that symbol? Idle employee. There are 3 imps not assigned. Right. So we need to correct that. That's because we got rid of some buildings. So first of all, you get your upgrade.
Are you sure I fit in?
And we need to go to our employees. So you're idle. So you're fired.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, well, I wanted to leave anyway.
Time for a career change.
Okay. So I got all that sorted. Alright. I'm trying to throw them as much as I can off the cliffs. Just do a bunch of damage. Okay, they're all like in their 10s and 30s. We're gonna go ahead and just let him take care of that. Alright. So with this, I need a lot more money. Because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna start working this path back here. Because I need to feed deviant souls to this demon. Okay, so we got a new aspirant leader, our previous leader who became lustful deviant and all that. That is the wrong way. I need to reverse that direction. And that's all solid. I mean, also, if we didn't get the Shadow for Treacle, Treacle's also fantastic. Another amazing content creator. A lot of great content creators hanging out here tonight. So definitely recommend checking them all out. Okay, so there's that. That's what we're trying to get to right now. I'm honestly worried I might actually have to go in here and treat them a little so they don't max out their sins and become demons on the way over. Oh, you can't go that way? Alright, hang on. This is such a trolly thing. Yeah, so you're gonna have to cut across here. Okay, we spent just about everything to connect this up. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the splitting here. The soul dispatcher. And I'm going to tell you to create a rule. So first of all, your default path is just to send them right on through. Or create a rule, status, if they are a deviant, they go to the left.
Administrator? I just received Grox's wishes. All kinds of deviants and freaks. Maybe you should consider leveraging the hellish corrupting environment to create them artificially, rather than wait for them to appear spontaneously topside.
Okay. I get what you're saying. Oh, not and. And is wrong. Or status, deviant, any. There we go. So if you're already a deviant, just roll on through. I mean, I've already got a handful of deviants rolling through here. Okay, so we're getting our new queen brought up. Okay, a shrewd politician is our new king. Or queen or whatever. She has no strengths or weaknesses. Everyone is important. Let's hold hands and hug. Basically, every single type of hummus will have a positive effect on it. And they will be more vulnerable to all sins. Okay.
Every time a soul walks through those corruption fumes, they will acquire a tiny bit of sin. Uh-huh. I'll let you connect the dots.
Alright, dots connected. Wait for them to come on their own pace. Because I already have 16 deviant souls. And I only need 20. So, you know, this is a problem that's going to solve itself very quickly. Also, new rule. Go here, add a rule, statuses, deviant, apply. So if anyone who gets in this loop is ever a deviant, we just throw them back in the path. I mean, we're already up to 18. Literally, we're just gonna go ahead and get that on its own. Like, I don't need to do any corrupting or anything. I get the idea that you could deliberately corrupt souls for the purposes of doing that. Okay. Yeah, and each time they're coming through, they're giving me another deviant. So we'll be good.
I can hear them. They're coming for the temple. We have to assist the hummus.
Alright. So there's 40 of them this time.
Tasty! Give me more! I want them all!
Yep, so that archer's just gonna die. As will all archers that decide that the front line is where they belong as a ranged unit. I'm going to try and split them up into groups. What did I unlock? Oh, okay. Let's talk. Alright, let's see. Movement speed increased. Has a chance of having soft and critical failures, and gives me a bunch of money when it happens.
Damn, I'm good.
Alright. Right. Char. Alright, so we're doing our best here. So that time they handled it nice and well. We were able to spread out the zombies a whole bunch. And where he used his grenade on his own people, we managed to put out the worst of them. So it could have been worse. Is this some demon-themed RTS? No. It's actually a combination. If you ever played the game Black and White, it's like part Black and White, part like automation / tycoon game. That the premise of the game is that you run hell. And so you're trying to deal with the hummus, which are the people on the surface. Did you literally all just run up into their own fire and die? Well, I'd help you, but I don't have the energy to put out the fire, so... Ain't going nowhere till we get some wood. Hey. And also, can we get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer, another fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, all good stuff. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Historically has done like a lot of RimWorld, painting miniatures, these kind of things. Good times over there. Lots of conversation about, you know, neurodivergence, ADHD, that kind of thing as well. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. A lot of fun people here tonight. Yeah, new hummus born. Yep, and you can do !join to potentially be hired or to become a hummus, which the people here are the hummus. So basically, when they die, they show up in hell, and we try to cleanse them of sin as best we can, and then we send them back out, and if we do a good enough job, we get heroes, which is the currency we use for meta progression. Okay, so I want 25 for the better Omni Doctor, but right now we're playing through the story where basically we had a mission that went really, really badly, and so the chairman basically was like, hey, we're gonna go after them. Let's see, have a Pride Deviant manifestation, including... I'm sorry, what? Have a Pride Deviant manifestation, including at least 50 followers. Interesting. But pretty much the way this game... Let me actually check real fast. Okay, yeah, it's a fallback. But pretty much the way the game ends up working out is you normally just kind of have to do this process where it's a juggle between having enough sin to use them to like get your energy, get your, you know, money and all that, but not get overwhelmed to the point that they get out of control, because if they get too much sin, they become a deviant, which makes them harder to treat, and then if it gets way bad, they'll become a demon, at which point they attack the area above ground. And the way you lose the game is if ultimately your temple on the above ground gets destroyed. And the way you win the game is whatever the objectives of the current mission are. But what's ended up happening is we had a mission that was set up where basically we pissed off the chairman right after we permanently became the administrator of hell. And so he's basically putting us on to what's the equivalent of like where we're going to be punished for failing him. And the implication is that ultimately we would effectively die. So we're trying to find the previous administrator who was exiled, to, you know, basically figure out how to escape the situation. Where we're working with Lily, who is Lilith, the Queen of Demons and all that kind of stuff. And we're looking for Lou, which we can only assume is Lucifer. Because he was the last caretaker of Hell or the last administrator of Hell who was exiled. And so I'm now feeding demon souls to this demon because he happens to have the documentation of what happened with Lou. It's weird. This map, actually, we haven't done much down here. Our other one, we had this big sprawling kind of base and everything going on. In this particular one, we've just got this little setup here. Oh goody, we got rid of a saint by critically failing them. Okay. To work more. We've got way too many saints.
Sun going down. It's not good for the hummus and for us.
Yeah, and we're having a zombie invasion on the surface as well. Why would you frontline archers every single time? Power shrine ready. So we got a power shrine of a big old rock. Don't go down the hill. Don't go down the hill. Stay up the hill. Yeah, so you can use... Oh, wait. Chest? I don't know why there's a chest there, but okay. Oh, I went too fast. Okay. I'm just trying to spread the zombies out so that they don't immediately overwhelm us. The hero unit they gave us is terrible. He keeps lighting our own people on fire. Okay. And apparently throwing grenades at his ankles. First time you heard a Satan complain about too many of his guys being on fire. Well, the thing is, these are the human hummus. Sorry, these are the hummus on the surface. They're not like our minions. They're basically the people who souls get damned and all that kind of stuff. And I need them to not die because they protect our temple on this world. That was okay. So, wind doesn't put the fire out. It makes the fire bigger. Makes sense. Okay. The problem is we're getting too many saints, and they're clogging up the gum. They're clogging up the works here. So what we need to do is change that. So we're going to add a new rule here that says, hey, if you are a saint, get the hell out of my loop. Oh, and we can go here, unlock the upgraded version of these. Cool. So that just works way better than the previous one. Oh, did your hummus die? It's very hard for me to tell. I wish there was some...
Mr. Grox?
What?
I'm trying to keep notes. Lily started as a planar invader, ascended to administrator of Hell Inc., accidentally provoked a full-scale demonic invasion, and finally got punished by becoming Hell Inc.'s chief of staff? That's about right?
Correct. Crazy life, wouldn't you say?
Crazier than you think. This administrator's her second one. She betrayed her first. Oh, what a queen!
She is good at getting her way. I'll give her that.
Alright, there's a whole lot of deviant souls gonna be fed to Grox. Okay, so meanwhile...
It's about time I get out.
Give you more motivation. You're way out here. What are you doing? If you could all group up, that'd be great. Ah, yeah, really pile it in there. That did not work the way I expected to. Burn them! Yeah! Put them back in the fire. Back in the fire. Keep on feeding them into that fire. Okay, let's stop sending them flying through the fire just so our pikemen here don't chuck themselves in the fire. There, put out what fire I could. Alright, so we got some more deviants there. Well, that worked out. Really? That's fine. It's one, they'll sort it out. Oh, you have a lot here. Okay, so we need to expand. I knew this was coming. I was just putting off dealing with it. All right. Okay, and we need 2 workers for over here. So recruit. Let's see. Has a critical chance failure occasionally.
I have to talk to people.
Okay, so yeah, increased work time.
Yay, work.
All right, so that should give you more treatment places to help keep things moving. I could probably use, let's not get more than that. I just realized we're going 14,000 in the hole. And that's with, like, literally feeding all of the deviants up here. My fear is once we do that, we'll feed him enough, and then I'll have to take back the deviants, and I'll realize I've got myself a big problem. Okay. That's annoying. It's fine. Okay, I need 4 more deviants fed. All right. What's gonna be really bad is when he does stop accepting deviants, we are going to have a lot of deviants to deal with. Cool. So 1 more deviant, and that should achieve that objective. Okay, and the deviant is on its way. They probably have to hold for 1 more night. So I do see our population's getting astronomically
the night
high.
is falling again. Best prepare our defenses.
I actually have quite a few spells. The downside is I don't have much mana left. I've been trying to rally them up. We have the archers running down the hill into certain danger. I overdid it. The rest of the military is so far behind, is not going to show up nearly in time. So all this damage is going to die for no reason. Trying to buy you as much time as I can, man. Hey, Blue Pasty. How's it going? Yep. So Melee's arriving just in time to let the archery die in front of it. I could offer them nothing else. And you're not even coming down, you're just letting all the grunts do all the work and just die down here. Alright, so you got all that. Okay, we've spent as many faith points as we can here. Wait, are you alive? How are you alive? What? I'm okay with that, I don't see how you survived that. Alright, here we go, there's the last one.
What a feast! I haven't eaten like that since... well, since I got put in jail by that same angelic bastard that you seek to find.
Lou put you in that hole? Huh, serves you right.
After your cosmic fuck-up, Lou is the one that pushed back the invasion. Remember? That's what got him his seat as administrator.
I wonder, though, why are you helping us find the one that stopped you?
Well, did I want to eat those souls? Yes. Do I want to see you fail? Also yes. But I'm not worried. You will fail to free him anyway. That's how I win on both sides. You don't just barge in on an exile world like that with a rookie administrator and a disavowed granny succubus.
We'll see about that. Give the document, Grux.
There you go. Now, get out of my sight!
Collect the holy document. Okay, I was figuring we had to be done here, because I'm like, alright, well, you jack up your entire self doing the deviation there. We know where to find Lou now. I'm sure he will help us out. Okay. The breakout. Lily wants you to free Lou Morningstar so that he shares his knowledge on how to cancel the disciplinary interview. Now he's been located, you must scoop him up. Those are Toma get filled. I missed what the rest of that was.
Oh, Lou. I can feel his presence. We found him.
Lily, is that you?
Well, of course it is. Here to save the day, along with the new administrator.
You succeeded. No time to waste. Make your descent on this world. And get me out of these burning chains.
Oh, I will, but you'll have to ask nicely first.
Lily, do not test my patience. Now is not the time for games.
I fear I'm not playing, love. I serve a new master now. I'm not here only for you. See, you will have to play ball with the new administrator of Hell Inc.
What exactly do you mean by play ball?
Where to start? We might have gotten ourselves in a pickle. We are scheduled for a disciplinary interview whenever the chairman finds the time.
Already?
Yes. It seems Mr. Chairman doesn't beat around the bush anymore. Either way, if we are to free you, you have to agree to share your plan on how to dodge it all.
You are kidding, right? I am Lou Morningstar, the first angel, savior of creation. A creation that you almost ruined with your lack of foresight. And you are asking me to put it in your hands? My plan has never been about fleeing consequences or judgment. It is about saving creation itself from a maniac.
Yes, I've heard that before. But if it also allows us not to be exiled, that is an acceptable side effect, wouldn't you say?
I will have to think about it.
Okay. The breakout. With Lou located, he has now, he now has to be approached and freed from his captors before he can reveal his plan to dodge the disciplinary interview. A disturbing presence roams nearby this fringe world. It is advised to move quickly, build up defensive measures, go on an unholy crusade, free Lou Morningstar.
Copyright infringement lawsuit, shredded. Safety at work compliance. Sure. What next? Employee seniority reward plan? What does that even mean?
You never stop working, do you?
Paperwork never ends. That's the beauty of it.
Did I hear you and Larry went on a date?
What? Who said that? There, you made me miss a file. We didn't go on a date. We fixed a faulty valve on a water boiler. That's it.
Sometimes that's all it takes. The hot steam, the greasy hands, the tight tool belts. Before you know it, you're water boiling.
I am not interested in that kind of relationship or boiling water. Weird kink, by the way, and Larry is... Larry.
I know. He's something, for sure. Well, he's convinced you were on a date. At least that's what he's telling everybody. I think you'd be cute together.
Please, don't. And trust me, he'll know for sure when he's on a date with me. It won't be anywhere near a water boiler.
Aha! Here we go. You have it all planned out, don't you?
What? Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Ugh, forget it.
Okay.
Adam's progress is astonishing so far. His exposure to an unhealthy amount of sin, as well as his proximity to the corruption stone, seems to have modified his brain's chemistry. He's learning faster than I can measure it. Despite his inability to talk, he has proven able to formulate complex inner thoughts. For a Humu, that is.
Cool.
Yes. God, I have no clue what he wants. Such a shame these big muscles have an empty head attached to them.
Not for long at this rate. He learns so fast. Frankly, it's hard to explain.
What do you mean, he learns so fast? He's drooling all over the place and can't speak a damn word. He can't even articulate Humu speech anymore.
For now, indeed. And yet, he already learned how to use a heavy machine gun, how to throw grenades, learnt the existence of all of Hell Incorporated, and an approximate code of engagement. Who to shoot, who not to shoot, etc. I would say that's already a lot for a Humu whose body almost exploded not too long ago. Shush. She's Mead. Don't listen to her.
So basically, you created a super soldier. Why not make others?
I didn't create anything. The corruption stone did. But I'm pretty sure that was not intentional. Adam was an extraordinary Humu, the best of what Hummus can offer. And yet, he barely absorbed the energy of the stone while others got vaporized. So, I'm not entirely sure the conditions could easily be gathered again, even if we wanted to create more.
Okay. The last level is that guy becoming Doomslayer and you frantically trying to stop him. Pretty much. Okay.
This won't be easy. Lou seems to be heavily guarded.
Guarded? By what?
It's hard to explain. Let me show you.
Okay.
The jailers are a very ancient species named guacas, barbaric lizards that like nothing more than to murder hummus.
Administrator, Lily, glad you could join me.
Have you made a decision?
The two of you are petty, selfish, and cowardly creatures.
Talking dirty might work on me, but I doubt the administrator will be swayed.
God damn it. Very well. I'll help you if you free me. But only if you let me lead the execution of that plan.
Let's meet you halfway. You could be our freelance project manager for avoiding the disciplinary interview, and, you know, be part of the team?
The greatest angel of all, relegated to middle management. How the mighty has fallen. Deal. You will need to cut your way through the guacas, but given how green of an administrator you are, I strongly advise that the hummus do the heavy lifting. Build up our own cult first, by making them believe in you. Then, in due time, send your cult to war as a massive tidal wave.
And how do you advise we proceed?
Cast spells around the hummus. Leave a lasting impression. It's bound to make them believe at some point.
You increase the hummus influence by casting spells around them, but influence slowly decays over time. It is completely lost when a soul is resurrected. To sustain influence, you can invest in the Devil Tongue passive in the Liber Astratum, or unlock the build the HIA Bureau in Hell that preserves the influence of a soul that would otherwise be lost. Okay.
If I may, I was wondering if we should deploy Aidham once more.
Wait, Muscle Boy talks now?
Indeed, his cerebral activity has been developing exponentially since the incident. He is what you might call a genius. For a Humu.
Oh, Aidham, outstanding progress, and by the way, welcome to the team.
Ta!
What?
Fight!
Ugh, men.
I see. We'll have to teach him a couple more words in time. For now, yes, let's use him on the field.
Alrighty then. So let's see what we got going on in Hell for the moment. So you are set up to take anyone would automatically go through, send them that way. Not as good as the last layout, but manageable. So I think we do is I think we change this up a little bit. What are you? HIA Bureaus 3. So it's a derelict building, means I can't move it. But it's in a really weird position. Huh. This building preserves the level of influence of a soul's in their next life. Souls treated here will keep their current influence when starting. Okay. So, interesting. Right, yeah, no, Witchbringer, that's what this happens, is first we have to get influence to get cultists, and the cultists give us those coins. Alright. So what we're gonna do here this is not convenient for the pathing. Actually, we can make this way better already. So yeah, so all these ones are going to be brought over this way. Yeah, so that brings them around there. This I'm not loving this. So the idea is we have to send someone through here, and they would keep their influence. So what we're probably going to want to do is only separate ones out that have some influence to start. So let's keep that connected the way it is. Grab our thing for dealing with them. So the fallback is B. Create rule for A. Influence. Influence is greater than... We'll start with 10, I guess. It just sucks that this is positioned this way. Oh, we can make this work. Instead of bringing you out this way. Okay, and you'll need a, was it a secretary imp? Yeah, so we can go and get a secretary imp from here. So you make them have fear.
Sweet, if that pleases you.
So we need to start creating a cult. But another thing I want to do is this line here. We can do much better. So let's go ahead. Clear all of this junk out, every last bit of it. Yeah, so you're already doing that. We can go ahead and let's clear all of this out as well. In fact, just get rid of all that. Because what I'm going to do is we're going to move you over here. I'm going to hit the wrong button. That's all part of the plan. Apparently can't move it that way, that's fine, get rid of it. For right now, we'll do that as for our snuff. We get an unreasonably long line. And with them here, We want to make that skip over here as best we can, so let's grab all that. Actually, for that matter, grab these lines out from this side. We will move you... one tile from it. Okay, I don't want to do this. That's probably not right. Basically, I need to set it up so that we have two different routes. One is everything's fine, put it on that route, get it out of here. So we can do that nonsense right there. Okay, so we're going to have the fallback be C. And the rule for B is if your status is you'd give me goods there. I'd like to make them go back through the line, though. And I have a reason for that. You know what? We can make it go back through the line pretty easily. We just peel that off there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Cool. And yoink you back up. That's B. And then A is the fallback. Okay. That should be good. So basically, we put all the people here who are not going to... and actually... I want Saints to be forced in that line as well. So pretty much if their sin's low enough that we're just going to get credit, we just run on through. If they happen to have any influence, we deviate them over here to make sure they get treatment for their influence stuff. One of the things we're probably going to need to do here is we are going to need another waiting line. And that means I need one more of you, so we've got you, who...
Wow, thank you. Can't... Oh. Yes,
My bad.
Right, I'm ready.
Alright, and the last thing we need is a restroom. And the paths to get to the restroom. Okay, so what it's saying I should do next is cast spells around the hummus. It's also recommending we go in here to start building up our cult. Let's see. So Devil-Tongued, increase influence, vulnerability spells also generate more influence. The amount of faith coins gained by offering changes make cultists quicker perform their nightly activities, while slowing down influence natural decay. So we want to work on some of that. Yep, so that's where we're going to put those first ones, is working towards our cult. Now I've increased my costs more than I should have, which is bad. So we're probably going to be dealing with a strike tomorrow, which is not Oh no, actually we got some last second money in. Okay. You died of a heart attack. The corpse slowly decays over time when the soul waits for the Reaper bus in the cemetery. When the soul rot is high, the corpse may propagate disease and eventually turn into a zombie. Okay. Oh, it's 30? Yes, I'm basically going to need to keep casting spells around here. We're going to try and get a bunch of the farmers on side with us, just because they should be consistently going to the same area. Alright, we can go here. We don't need that. Make the cultists work better in the evenings. I just realized we got the same problem we had the last time. Is they started us out and they didn't give us a source of faith coins. Let's wait till we have a little bit extra money. Okay, and we'll just need to go here. Take the Emperor to avoid the thing that makes people upset. And we need one of you. So you are going to purge the highest sin when treating deviant souls, which you won't be. You generate a little bit of faith when we're on break, and movement speed, so there you go.
Oh, you're the boss.
Alright, so at least give me a little bit of source of faith coins. So 1 out of 3 souls will give me a faith coin for right now. Had to work extra late and miss some most of the stream. You enjoying the game so far? Yeah. I feel like we're getting pretty late in the game and all that stuff, but I'm not sure. I think the actual intention is like the campaign is kind of a fun thing. There's a bunch of stuff yapping the other way. Alright, so we're going to wait to the next in-game day to try and get some more faith out of them. Yeah, because I can cast you for 1 to 10 with 10. And for 30, I can get 6 to 30. Cool, they keep dying in battle. Nicely done.
You freed some hummus from a chest, apparently. They are so happy that you did that, they immediately chose to join your cult.
Neat. Let's find more.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that takes care of that problem. You're a big supporter of Lily. Yep, well these ones are gonna get murdered. It is what it is. Okay, so we are working on building up our cult. Oh, I see, because of your positioning, you can't get to where you need to go on break. You might be able to make that work. See if that helps. Just move the next buildings over here as we need more of them. Which it does look like I'm going to need more of them. Which is fine. Yeah, so the line's already building up. Let's go ahead and just plan to do that. Oh, right, we can just straight up upgrade you. And then once we get some spare change, we can upgrade the other one. So I have to be careful, because if I upgrade them too fast... Hummus above 75 influence are cultists, who can perform activities at night while other hummus sleep. They deposit faith coin offerings like believers. Casting spells around hummus increases
Look at
their...
them. They're so cute, doing all of that in our name. I'm moved.
Let's see, hummus above 50 influence are believers, which will drop faith coins behind the temple. Okay, they're advertising the cult. Okay. Gotcha, so we can recruit, dark process, generate faith coins, double shift, generate resources, ooh la la ceremony, creating hummus, which are already part of the cult. Interesting. So it seems like we're going to be recruiting lots of people pretty fast. And I'm assuming we're going to end up needing all of these. Just like branch the people through to try and deal with it. Boost effect. Assigning a Dark Seraph to the HI Bureau provides the following. Gives 50 influence to treated souls. Alright. So I'm gonna have to rearrange this. I was really hoping that this would allow me to get them to the break area. Actually, how much does the break area cost? I could always just put a break area right here. Okay, so that way they'll take a break there in the future. Okay, meanwhile we can go here. To keep trying to keep the cultists
It's
building.
working. Believers have started dropping offerings at the temple's altar.
If you don't pick them up, they won't do much for you. They are free faith coins waiting for you.
Okay. Alright. We boosted our faith a lot. Okay. We actually went down on a couple of cult members, which I suspect is because overnight they were probably in that group that fought and died. Because we're gonna keep spending my currency to try and keep building up the faith.
Good. Your cult has his first member. At night, they will go back out rather than indulge in carnal pleasure. They will perform one group action in your name, so choose carefully.
Okay, raids are powerful war bands, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, so the implication here is that as we increase the number of cultists, we can potentially slow down the rate of getting more cultists. We'll check on that. First of all, here for a treated soul, less break time.
I
I can thank myself for that.
Okay, so meanwhile the line's getting longer. So let's keep working on getting this set up. Alright.
Careful. It seems that the Guacas have taken notice of your presence. Their warlords are mustering their forces to go on raids. Show me true power, Administrator.
We better prepare. Don't forget our temple offerings to get us some fresh faith coins in the midst of the action.
I hope the Hummus's current ruler is a big fan of soldiers. Otherwise...
Okay. So we've got two separate groups of 6 coming in. Who is our ruler, anyways? Does it say that? Yeah, so it is a warmongering ruler. The downside is I have been spending a lot of faith. I also haven't picked up very many combat-oriented spells either. Alright, well they're going to take a while to get here. In the meantime, we are gathering our money. Alright. We suggest some impish resource buildings? Yeah, I probably should get those. Meanwhile...
Let's celebrate.
Gonna buy you a time we can with those archers. Alright. Just trying to scatter them what we can. Alright. You're on your own for now. Okay, looks like they've beaten that raid. And I've unfortunately aggroed like the next camp or whatever you want to say. I'm honestly surprised they're still holding that. Okay. Managing to hold that whole thing. Cool. Alright, so we've got a lot more hummus, and we've got our first deviant I'm gonna have to deal with. Okay, so we got our big line here. So we've got a Wraith Deviant. I have a feeling we're going to have a bunch of those before this is over. Okay, so let's get here. Okay, so it's A if their status is... Deviant. Alright, so then we'll need 2 of you. Chances randomly go on strike. we have a chance to treat more about that, and you're our last choice, so we're going to go ahead and put you there.
Beneath me.
And with that, we'll want an Imp Road. Okay. Can't wait to become a Wrathful Deviant. It's probably going to happen. Just checking one thing real fast. Okay.
The fortress has a back entrance that is underprotected. When you have the right cult numbers, they should be able to sneak in from there. You should still prepare for heavy casualties. However, one can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. They are fighting to free their savior. Their zeal will bring them salvation. It will be glorious.
Cool, man. I'm assuming that's supposed to be the back entrance. Okay. And I also have a feeling we're going to get into even more trouble for freeing Lou, and that we're ultimately going to be taking down the chairman. Okay. So the shrines will give us spells faster, and these will make our spells stronger. We'll get that whole tree all done. We don't need this tree right now, I don't think. The Imp resources. This building reduces the total upkeep due at dawn. Let's get that going. Because we were starting to push that point where we're just increasing our costs. Insane, Libernus, Nautilus. Oh, it became a less deviant. Okay, so unfortunately, you must die. Oh, would you look at that? Something happened to the king or queen. I actually didn't check. And that's because they were gonna go entirely against combat, and we're like, nah, man, we need combat in this one. I can live with a neutral combat one, but a straight up negative combat, it's like, nah, that's not gonna fly. Okay. This reduces the building's total upkeep due at dawn for each work cycle. Okay, and let's find you a secretary.
I mean, what do you expect? Serving others is always a pleasure, okay?
This ain't shrewd politician. Okay, so increases attack speed, but doesn't hit as hard. Oh, that's not your ruler thing. Okay, so you're balanced. I can live with that. Balanced is fine. Oh no, a ruler has been killed by an act of God. Well, I guess we just elect a new one. Yup. Okay, when the next day starts, we're going to try and get more of that down. Oh, and that would be not helpful. We've got a Lust Deviant now. Before you reach the end of that line, let's go ahead and remove you real quick. Grab you, move you down here. Bring you up there. And this will be highly inefficient for now. But if we do it this way, I don't have to hire anyone new other than the person for there. You both suck. I will pay to reroll that. Has trouble speaking to girls.
I'm it.
Sorry, man. It is what it is. Okay, so we're processing our people who have influence. Which is just going to take time. Okay, cool. The most likely what we're going to need to do here get Mew moved over. Let's see.
I'm souls.
So I'll pick up the pace at which we can treat people. Let's see. You're gonna have more motivation. That's unclaimed. I'm hoping they'll correct so I get more spells. Yeah, it should be a lot of influence all at once. We can go down here. Alright, let's slow down time again. And get another one of those going.
What do you can I refuse?
Okay. We've got that set up there to keep all that going. We have them defeated again. Cool, so they're lowering the upkeep. We've got this expanded to be able to handle more capacity, which is good. Alright. Where do I want to put my next points? Because we can go in here. Resurrection Relay. Alright, so the thing is, I'm not sure where I want to put my points at next. Let's see, this building delivers hand-picked alterations to souls to activate their next life. Right, so we can go ahead and get the break room at 10. So I'll upgrade that, because that'll probably help our workers out a bunch. Okay, and all in all, I'm quickly trying to delay the ad from happening as much as possible, because we're going to be wrapping up in not too terribly long, because, you know, I still have family visiting and all that stuff, and we are still playing and doing things different days and whatnot, so I got to make sure I actually get some sleep. Death by strong wind? Yep. Okay. Yeah, no, I've absolutely been enjoying this. This has been an excellent game so far. Now, what's making me curious is we're doing the campaign right now, which is not what was in the playtest. The playtest was kind of a roguelite mode where you just keep repeating it. So, this one hasn't been too hard. Granted, we are only on the normal difficulty because the hard difficulty is locked behind completing it in the normal difficulty. But considering it's taking us somewhere like an hour or two per mission to wrap them up kind of deal, it doesn't feel like that's entirely unreasonable to have it, so you have to like pass the first one, do the second one, because it's also one of those things that a lot of these have scripted events, and it sucks when you're playing a game that's got difficulty behind it, and the scripted event is what kills you because you don't know what to prep for. So there's, you know, a lot of those games where you do it the first time and you just fail the mission because, you know, scripted event nonsense. Okay. We got our Saints are kind of getting built up, unfortunately. We'll get that all sorted. We've got another battle going on here. Okay, so the Hummus are slowly kind of taking over on their own. Just taking over one territory after the other. So very genuinely, it kind of feels like I literally could just kind of keep sustaining what we've got. And over time... Waiting for the warband. Sure. But it does feel like over time, we would slowly start taking over. My assumption is eventually those raids, you know, escalate until they're a problem. More cultists. More cultists. Bunch of stuff on fire over there. Okay, you leveled up.
Breaking records and breaking hearts.
Okay. There's the better break room. Okay, so we can go here. And there. Cool. Summons a flute that attracts all entities. A single click leaves a flute in place. Holding When the click of the flute alive makes it follow the mouse cursor, attracted entities will follow the flute everywhere, including diving into water or jumping off the edge of the world. Release the click may force priorities of attracted entities. Doctors near a body will bury it. Soldiers near enemies will fight. Gotcha. It's like everything you were told about hummus being the plague is true. They're taking over everything. Yes. Gonna continue to move on to other territory. Alright. You saw a box on the top right of the world. Not right, left. Okay. There you are. Thank you. And even more cultists. You know, just keep on recruiting for now. Social purge. Cultists seek hummus of a specific type and murder them. Sin propaganda. Cultists visit houses to increase or decrease their sins. Yeah, when we hit 100 cultists, we have like a cultist attack, whatever we can do. Is it the tiny pixel-like chest? Impressive. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that can be hard to like make out. Okay. I probably should get a more combat-oriented spell. Basically doing my best to try and keep our soldiers alive. Okay, there you go. I was getting a pretty good amount of faith from our followers. I can be a little abusive with my spells. Okay, so we've got another deviant. This time Pride. Okay. That's okay, I didn't mean to click it twice, but that's fine.
We're going to have to. I really have to.
Alright. Yeah, eventually we'll want to make those other lines do their thing. Okay, we're starting to get all of our... Where is your influence listed here? Okay, just basically trying to keep our influence up as much as possible. We can see here that we're slowly losing the war there. What we're going to need to do here is, as much as I want to keep that path, actually we can make this work. Okay, we just need to make a crossroad here. Alright, and so with that we can go over here, and I'll need 2 secretary demons.
Beneath me? I mean, what sort of an others?
Okay. Yes, your break room's too far away, so you're not willing to go for it. So let's deal with that. They should be able to reach it. Okay. Getting too many saints still, but we should just be able to keep feeding them through the lines. They'll eventually sort themselves out. Oh, you gain a level. Okay. Yep, so bit by bit they should be able to keep tossing them between these buildings to just make sure that doesn't bog down. Alright. Just trying to keep our costs down as much as possible. In the meantime, I don't think we care about this. Waiting booth 3000. Let's get the accreditation office and go for that. It does not require an employee to work. Okay, so you have time dilator. So we can go ahead and break sainthood on people. That's a cool mechanic. Because right now, about all I can do to break sainthood is I keep cycling them through this line. That way the saints just keep going through again and again until their holy patience breaks. Alright. Waiting booth 3000. They definitely want those. Okay, what we can do in the meantime with them, so I have something to do. Take our spare employees who don't have any work to do now.
Huh? Can I refuse? I really carry that administration, don't I? You'll regret this.
Alright, that's probably already way overkill on this. But that's fine. But yeah, so using these, very genuinely, that makes life much easier, because now I don't need to have a bunch of staff handling all these. We can oh, we got a raid coming in. Alright. But that said, chat, it is unfortunately getting to be that time that I cannot really go long, sadly. But this has been a lot of fun checking this out. I've been very much enjoying it. I hope all of you have been enjoying it. Maybe, maybe not. We play this again next stream. Not sure if we'll play this or we'll do something else, but this has been a lot of fun. It's definitely a game I would recommend checking out. If you've liked the black and white back in the day, it very much hits that vibe. While also having a minor, like, Factorio, or not Factorio, like automation / tycoon style game going at the bottom. But thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for that follow. I do really appreciate it. If you are not already following the channel and you have enjoyed the content tonight, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. And also, again, check out Ultrasource, check out Treacle, check out Squirrel, check out everyone else. They're all fantastic and all that good stuff. So definitely all that good things. With that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to end abruptly because I do not have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. And for those over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And I know I've been a little bit quieter than normal. I do have, family over. They're staying in the room right behind